Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello.
Turn off studio mode so I can see
Got us up to 2701.
Yes. Thank you, Andy. Starting us off strong. All right. Do this thing.
Sam, any announcements or anything before I just jump in?
Sure. If you haven't been watching us all day, we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity that you donate money as we play games to funnel that money into the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We are specifically donating to Lurie's Children's Hospital in Chicago. And we are trying to hit our $3,000 donation goal, and the deadline for that is tomorrow at midnight. So we're trying to get a little bit more out of 2023. And yeah, donation perks are on the side of the screen. $5 advantage for one player, and you can determine who it is. $15 is a sale and gets you advantage for all players. And every $50 we raise, party gets a layer action in combat. Tina, thank you for the bits and reminding me as well. Bits and subs on Twitch are on sale until the 2nd of January. And with that, if you donate bits or you sub to us, Nerd House will match that value. Not that what you pay, what their original value is in a donation to Extra Life at the end of this, probably tomorrow. So if you like a good deal, there's a couple things on sale. Tina, thank you for the bits. And yeah, I think that's everything.
Right on.
Let's do it.
Let's roll out then. I'm gonna just start setting the scene real quick here. So in Foundry there, I don't know. I don't think we have it up on the stream yet, but whenever that gets up there, I think everybody else is in there already. But what you're looking at on the splash screen here is a Githzerai settlement on a large asteroid floating through space. This is the Ark of Zerth'Arihn. Your party serves as the final bulwark between your kingdom, this Ark of Zerth'Arihn, and the cosmic horrors that lurk in the shadowy places of the astral sea. You are an elite and well-respected band of heroes who have proven yourselves time and again against its perils unknowable. Creatures whose very nature would break the minds of lesser beings have fallen before your blades and magic, but your latest mission is a simple ribbon-cutting ceremony. A team excavating rock to expand the citadel your people live within came across some strange items, evidence that this hunk of floating planetary debris was once home to another civilization in eons long past. So just setting the scene there, here's your, a floating asteroid. I think Andy put it best, a bit MC Escher-like as it floats through space. Your buildings are all constructed of an adamantium-like material. Your leader, the anarch of the people who call this settlement home, Zerth'Arihn, is able to shape the landscape and create structures and food and water because of a connection that they've brought with them that connects them to the mass of limbo and allows them to shape that mass into the structures and the daily requirements of your people. This requires an incredible amount of power and psionic skill. And so the leader of the people here is of incredible psionic power, well respected, but their power is leveraged primarily to create your home, essentially, and keep it together. So setting the scene, or opening up the scene here as your group is walking the streets of the settlements, the gravity shifting to match whatever walkways that you must traverse on your way to the main citadel. There is an excavation taking place underneath the citadel to expand and create more space so that they might create stores or extra rooms, etc., for the expanding size of the colony. As you turn a corner, the crowds gasp and point in awe. Small children run in your path and ask for autographs. and the first child runs up. Andy, would you introduce your character for us?
All right. I'm playing Corbin Oakheel. He is a light cleric. Um, he stands about 4 feet tall, a little bit hefty for someone so small, with about 75 pounds. He's got strawberry blonde hair, and generally speaking, he's on a mission for the preservation of life and preventing the terrors from the beyond from destroying this little settlement.
Awesome. The small child who runs up to you gets your autograph. You see he pulls out from behind his back a small like toy flail, and as he smacks the head of it, it's like a glow stick. It starts glowing, and he runs off with it. You see it's essentially a toy that's made to look like your armament as he runs off in glee. Another child runs up to you, Ian, wielding or wielding in both hands two separate notebooks for with pens in each hand, and me and my sister love you. We love you so much. And you see his sister rolls up in the background. She has a wheelchair. It looks like she's hurt her leg or something, but she's like trying to catch up to the group as the path comes up at about a 90-degree angle. Again, gravity shifting as you watch this wheelchair essentially go down the wall and up towards you. And she's trying to get to you as fast as she can. Go ahead, Ian, describe your character for us.
So my character is in a pretty fine, like clothing, like noble's clothing, and a nice fancy cloak, and slightly covered in his a tabaxi. Is only about 5'2", um, and has kind of the colorations and spots like a snow leopard. Um, he kind of sticks out a little with the rest of the group because it's like if we're the Justice League, he's Batman. Just everyone else is like these noble things, and then there's him who kind of tends to the shadows, but is still, uh, and yeah, he will grab the pen probably quicker than the child notices that he's not holding the pen anymore, and will sign both notebooks, and then is the child, is it like has a cast, or is it just a child in a wheelchair?
She has a cast on her leg. It looks like she probably got hurt playing or something.
Hmm. I will also sign the cast.
Excellent. As you walk over and finish signing the cast, she reaches behind her back and is like trying to grab out of a backpack. She pulls out a stick, and it's just a long metal stick. It's been painted blue, and the boy pulls one out of his backpack, and it's painted red, and they go, "Fire and ice!" And then they run off. You see that they've seen this is their intention of mimicking your weaponry as they run off into the distance. Sam, another small group of what look to be goblin children, come scurrying out of a corner and like look at you very like scared for a second, and then they push the smallest one out in front of you. And he trips for a second, and then he stands up tall, and he goes, Sam, would you describe your character for us?
Yes, he sees a rather tall Githyanki clad in leathers and bits and bobs with a shield strapped to their back. Their dark hair kind of pulled back to show them the very traditional markings across their yellow green skin. Um with a Paired with the shield is this large great sword that definitely dwarfs the child. And despite having a negative charisma, my character, Rin Al, or Rin, to their party members, uh, appreciating the warrior spirit of this young child, pulls the great sword from their sheath, kneels down, and helps the young child hold the sword. So basically, gets them
Yeah,
to
like
grip the hilts.
holding
Yeah,
together.
but like supporting most of the weight, obviously. But then leans in and gives like this low growl, turns him to the rest of the kids, and
Excellent.
says, "Ready?" And on 3, they growl together and let out this barbaric roar.
And he lets out the roar with you, and then like slips the hand. He starts to like pull the sword away, but obviously like he's not holding the weight, so it just slips out of his hand. But he's just chasing after the others off into an alleyway. Another again, as the crowd continues, as your crowd continues moving on, a few people here and there recognize you, and a few come out of a hallway or an alleyway rather, and they've got a few magical implements of various kinds, and they come up to you, Emily, if you want to introduce your character, as they try to ask you for advice and information about them.
My character is Zevin, and she is a Yenti wizard. She is scholar, and she has very beautiful ornate robes that are a little bit more tattered than she would like due to their recent adventures. Not finding enough time to go and get new ones. She likes messing with people, though, so when she turns to those who have approached her, the slits of her eyes start to thin as she focuses in on them, and she has just a kind of a really creepy smile baring her fangs at them before she attempts to answer any questions that they have.
A few of them realize their mistake as they're like, oh yes, oh, Zevin, you could tell us. Oh. But one of them does sort of laugh at the others, a younger woman who carries just a small notebook as she watches them run off, and she scribbles something in the notebook as she looks you up and down and takes note for a second. And she goes, I see you need a new cloak, all right, and possibly a new attitude, but I don't think I have those in stock. And she walks off.
Sounds about right. Excellent. My plan to get them to leave me alone worked.
Yeah. with that, again, a few people here and there recognize you all, and it's a pretty common. It's a big day. They've discovered some ancient ruins, and in this is a floating hunk of planetoid of some sort that you've built this civilization on. So every once in a while, when one of your settlements like this, if you discover ruins like that, it is a cause for celebration, a cause for a bit of somber celebration in some ways, as you celebrate the lives of those who have once occupied the place that you now call home. So it's it's not like a parade by any means, but it is an excuse for people to take off work and go check things out. So as you continue making your way towards the citadel, you eventually get you eventually arrive at the main citadel, and you can see now where the excavation is taking place. You can see near off to the side of the citadel, they've shaped some arches, and there's some exposed stone where they've carried some stone out and are continuing to move some pieces around. There's also a few tables set up with a few shards of like stone and pieces of glass and things like that they've pulled out, that they're trying to lay out and observe and take some notes on. As you approach the excavation site, you see a flurry of activity. There's people all around. There's folks whose main focus, of course, is the actual excavation itself. Namely, you see there is a there is a warforged who you would all recognize as Sinker being the mining specialist, and who silently continues to wander the chaos, for lack of a better word, giving commands in what appears to be sign language, as another beside him, a half-gith, it appears, is shouting orders to those who are not paying enough attention. So the two of them are sort of trying to wrangle the majority of the chaos here. But you recognize most of the people here, but there are many laborers who are carrying rocks and moving mine carts full of stone and earth out of the way, and others who are sort of keeping a crowd back, as well as people are trying to observe the situation.
Just so everyone's aware, we did get an additional donation. So we've got Andy's donation that came in before we started, and then Tina donated again to get us to an even 2,800. So
Oh, wow.
To total, everybody should have 5 advantages.
Jeez.
And we have a lair action.
A layer action's every $50, right? So you'd have 2.
Oh, yep, we've got 2 layer actions.
There you go. Those may come in handy. Well, thanks, Tina, for another great donation. That $2,800. Awesome.
She evened out your dollar, Andy.
Don't worry, Andy's putting another $1 in. I can see it now.
Yeah, I can already tell.
$1 donation. Perfect.
So as you all approach the excavation site, again, flurry of activity. There's people calling out orders. A few people who recognize you wave at you. You can see where they've set up the. There's not actually a ribbon cutting, but there will be an announcement made about it, and so there's a small podium that's been set up. The assumption being that Zerth'Arihn will make a statement about what's been found. But at the moment, you looking around, you don't see Zerth'Arihn around here, at least not at first glance.
Also, side note, we just got another $25, so everyone add 1 more.
Wow,
Thank you, Mary Lou.
lots of advantages, man.
Yeah.
I'll have to add some more monsters. I'm just kidding. There's probably 2.
It's temporary hit points for every $1.
All right, so what would you guys like to do?
So, Mike, I'm sorry, can you recap
Yeah,
what
please.
we're here for? So we are here
You're-
to kind of...
You're here to be sort of figurehead. It's your celebrity appearance at a ribbon cutting for like, to use a real world example. You're, Morgan Freeman showing up at the opening of the new library. Like,
Alright, perfect.
people are excited to see you. You've definitely got fans and a crowd, but more importantly, your character's interest in the actual ruins themselves is up to you. The ruins, you've probably heard, just from overhearing passive perceptions as people are talking, and from looking at the table of artifacts that they've recovered so far. There's definitely some, if not a writing system, then some sort of like, this is not like Paleolithic ruins. These do appear to be relatively modern things that they're pulling out. There's glass. There's some copper pieces, like copper pipe pieces that have been pulled out. Pieces of the wall that have been excavated are of a different stone than are in the surrounding stone. So there's some things there that may be of interest to you. There's also the people working the mine, and as you're sitting here watching, and you can kind of overhear, looking around, you do see a pair of Githzerai Zerths, who are monastic psionic warriors. These two, Mariah and Brannak, are training under Zerth'Arihn. One of them eventually will probably take over this settlement, maintaining the shape of the settlement, and one of them will likely go off to settle another settlement. They usually train them in pairs or even triplets or 4 at a time to make sure that if somebody gets hurt, there's always somebody who can take over to maintain the shape of this place.
Sure.
You would know as well, like if you were to lose the Zerth, if Zerth'Arihn were to just die without somebody take over instead, this place, your whole settlement, would slowly just collapse back into limbo matter and evaporate. So, but you do see, like I said, you see these 2 Zerths who train with Zerth'Arihn. They're coming out of the tunnel and they're sort of talking back and forth to each other. They're quiet. It's too quiet to overhear from a distance, but you're welcome to approach, ask questions, etc.
Well, I suppose the first thing I do is I'm going to cast Prestidigitation upon myself to clean whatever dirt from the travel to get here.
All right, you clean yourself off really quick. There's just a puff of dust as some of the air just from the cave that they're excavating has just sort of settled on you, and it's just a puff as it pushes away.
Zevin doesn't really trust many people, so she's going to stick close to the meat shield, and she's going to follow Rin wherever Rin happens to wander off to.
All right.
I do want to do a thing, but I want to let Andy go if he's got anything first.
I don't have anything specific, so mostly just checking out the artifacts that were recovered and seeing if I notice anything that would be I don't know, more meaningful than just, hey, these bits and bobs that have been found. Like
Yeah.
if there's anything.
Do you have any proficiencies, like tools or anything?
I do not.
Don't. Okay. You probably wouldn't recognize any of this stuff off the bat, but given that you travel with Rin and Zevin, I don't know. Does anybody have any tool proficiencies?
Yes, but none of them are of the like straight and narrow type.
Gotcha. Thieves' tools, disguise
Yeah,
tools.
thieves' tools, forgery kit, disguise kit, and drum.
Got it.
Right now, woodcarver's tools. But with Gith Yankee, they are able to kind of do the whole like ancestral learning thing
Gotcha.
once per day. So I'm sure Rin has. Well, it's like okay, woodcarver's tools today, but like there's some vague knowledge of like, I kind of know what this thing does. I don't remember how to wield it. Is it? I poke the guy with it, right?
Yeah. Zevin would probably be the only one to recognize any of it. I know I don't think you have any tool proficiencies from what I saw on your character sheet.
No, I don't.
But the nature of a few things on the table, there's something analogous to like a Bunsen burner, although it's twisted and destroyed, and so like there's a few pieces that have been excavated that seem to be alchemical in nature. But mostly what they've gotten so far appears to be construction materials, so that it might be a Bunsen burner, it might be a lamp, something that appeared to carry either gas or liquid, or some sort of twisted pipe that you'd be kind of familiar with. But
I assume there's also a pile of things that are under ritualistic purposes, which is what they call it when they have no idea what it is.
Well, actually, so as you look at the pile and see like what they've gathered here, there's you can hear around you as people are talking about like the number of artifacts that we've pulled out, the number of interesting things that we've found, these number of strange glyphs and things that we've seen that are the magic that suffuses this place translates for you so that everybody can communicate. And you can overhear somebody say like, yeah, and the aura didn't even translate it initially, and like you overhear this with just I think specifically Mahir, your passive perception, I think, is 19?
That's 17.
17. Yeah, so 17, like 15 or higher, you easily overhear people talking about these relics. But looking at the table, you don't see anything like what they're talking about. So anything that the ritualistic purposes that you're kind of looking for seems to have already been moved. As you guys are sort of taking in the scene, a couple of folks from the excavation team sort of wave over at you. You see specifically Mariah and Branagh, the two Gith Zerth'Arihn training, the Zerths in training, notice the four of you and sort of wave at you and are giving you kind of an sideways glance, like, are you guys here to work, to help out? Are you just waiting? They're sort of talking amongst themselves and sort of giving you guys side eyes as you approach.
I will walk up and, keeping the squishy one close, walk up and offer a hand to my Gith brethren, knowing that, yes, different sides of the same coin. Rin is a little more. They like to think they're a little more open-minded than some of their ancestors.
Yeah, you definitely notice the bit of hesitation that is just sort of probably common in your experience, being one of probably the only Gith Yankee to actually settle in a Gith Zerth'Arihn stronghold. But it is a moment, a glance at best, as Branagh, the male of the pair, steps forward and gives you a firm, the firm clasp and
the warrior's handshake.
The warrior handshake. He says, "You've made it. Well, there's certainly been some stirring here. Some interesting things have been found. Drolbazor actually already took many things to the research lab, but Zerth'Arihn is inside inspecting things themselves, oddly enough, if you're looking to speak to them.
I think we would eventually. The crowds are a bit overwhelming. Perhaps going inside might not be a bad idea.
They share a quick glance and look at each other and look back to you, and Mariah speaks up a bit. She's like, well, more relaxing might be a bit of a stretch. And at that perfect moment, you hear in the background just a from inside the cave. And Mariah and Brannick both just heads down. There's, and you hear just from inside the cave lots of yelling, people shouting, coughing. And in particular, you see a rat folk gentleman and a small kenku come running out, and they're just cackling and laughing, and like other people are like smoke and dirt and just like coughing, and these two are just giggling themselves into a tizzy. As Sinker, the Warforged mine master, and his assistant Vorsud just start reaming these two out in front of you. You can just hear, "What in the hell are you thinking?" And like you see the Warforged just like angrily signing as he's just like absolutely pissed off, and Vorsud next to him is just translating. And the other two, they both. You see the rat folk and the kenku, they're signing to each other and back to the Warforged. They all understand what's going on, but the Vorsud, who you recognize as the mine assistant, is just like screaming at them.
My keen cat senses are telling me something has happened.
Maybe this isn't so much more calm inside.
No, but
presume
I'd rather take my chances in there.
I would presume taking our presence inside would be less disruptive to the work. Onlookers and all that.
At least less disruptive than those two. Pointing at the kenku and rat folk.
Any additional disruption?
You watch as Brannick and Mariah are now like walking into the cloud of dust and dirt, and they're just using their psionic powers to just push smoke away and make sure everybody's okay. Everybody seems fine, and as far as you can tell, there are no injuries that you've seen. But they're going to check on things and to go check on Zerth'Arihn, who is allegedly inside said exploding cave.
I'm going to follow, knowing that a very important person is inside that cave.
All right, so you're following into the cave?
Yeah.
Also following.
Following
Yep,
closely, as usual.
Kind of mumbling to myself in Gith.
I'll banter back and forth with you in Gith as well. That needs to be good.
As you... Oh, go ahead.
All I was just going to say was not in a threatening way, but I am going to pull out and hold my rapier in case there are fires.
Fair enough. As you traverse as a group, further into the cave, Mariah and Brannick ahead of you, clearing smoke and checking, and there's a few like pieces of rock that have fallen, and you can see as they just like telekinesis pieces out of the way to kind of clear the path a little bit. Walking forward, you can hear as you get deeper into the actual like bedrock of the foundations here. You can hear inside just a deep rasping, just sort of kind of sound. And as you turn the corner, into this area where you can see some lights are actually coming around a turn in the cave, you can see where there is this invisible barrier where rocks and dust and things are just like off of this barrier. And behind that is a very old Githzerai person. They are beyond ancient, but still spry. They are moving around inside this force field as they check a few other things, and you can see where some rocks are starting to like slide down the side, and the force field shapes to sort of push the rocks into a position where they will be stable. And eventually the force field kind of fades as they wave at you as you enter. Oh, well, they certainly opened the path. Oh, I'm getting too old for that. Welcome. Oh, I'm fine. And you see Mariah and Brannack checking Zerth'Arihn for injuries. And it's like, oh, I'm fine. They were careful despite the looks. A stalagmite or stalactite crashes behind him. It was fine. Everything is fine. You can see like a pillar now is revealed of this strange stone material that doesn't match the rocks, and he's now like sort of looking at this as he tries to talk to you as well. He's sort of, they managed to excavate the whole thing almost. Quite skillful, honestly. If only they could get the timing down.
And not nearly kill you in the process.
Oh, it was fine. I'm sure they meant well. What brings? Oh, I summoned you. That's right. Yes, here, and you can see he's very excitedly now, sort of like tottering around the room, going towards these different pieces of the wall. You can see like he finds some exposed stone, and he's sort of showing you like the composition of the stone doesn't match the surrounding rocks at all. But here it is like almost fused into the wall, the rock face here. It's quite the construction is quite strange and wonderful and over. Oh, and did you see the artifacts?
We did.
Oh, so you've
Part of.
been to the lab?
No.
Some of them, at least.
Just the ones.
No,
that
the
were
ones
outside.
outside.
Oh, right. Well, yes. So, and he sort of looks around now at like rubble, where you can see there's a bunch of new things that have been destroyed and scattered all over the ground. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, and now you can see there's a crowd of the other workers, several Gith coming through and like sweeping up pieces of broken pottery and stuff, trying to keep things together. And just the Warforged mine master is like looking at the walls, trying to direct people to like support that. So you're sort of getting pushed around as he's trying to show you different areas of this ruin. You can see that you've only excavated just the bare opening. There's sort of like a short hallway, and it starts to open up into what's probably a room, but there's a bunch of collapsed stone that seems to be blocking the way. And you can actually see in some of the walls where you can see stalactites coming down and stalagmites forming from up. Some of these are actually formed around some of the pieces of stonework from this, as if it has been here so long that the stones themselves have formed natural cave structures around the unnatural pieces that have been left behind. And he points to one of these structures and says, quite old. These here grow at a rate of only a few inches every 1,000 years. And he points to one that's about 3 feet tall. It's like it's been here for eons, truly.
And nearly taken out in a moment.
Well, yes. There was a stone here, and he points to a void now that was particularly rough, and Emskranich, well, he's a little overzealous with the explosives, but as he sort of pokes his head into the open cavity there, he says, but he gets results. I'm sorry, I just... there are so many things I wish to study here and understand, but the most important ones, as he's talking, you suddenly see like a small shadow just go running across the floor, and he jumps a little bit, and he goes, oh, was that a rat? And somebody else in the room goes, a rat? There's no rats here. He goes, that's odd. Keep an eye out for rats. Never seen a rat in the Ark. Anyways,
I will cast light
Uh-huh.
to see if it'll make it easier to spot any rodents.
Sure, yeah, you cast light and it brightens the place up, it shines some light on the walls and the different pieces of architecture, the natural and unnatural, and how they sort of flow together in some places. And you do see, just as like the light casts shadows from things, as there's one large shadow that just sort of moves, small, as if like small creature close to the light, just sort of into a little crevice.
Strange. Even stranger if it was hiding on the other side of this for so long.
Yeah, surely nothing could have survived so long. Probably some pet brought back by someone that has escaped again. And he sort of waves over at somebody and keep an eye out. There seems to be something wandering here, either probably some lost pet or rodent looking for food, but yes, keep an eye out. Somebody, it's just a human working on these. Sort of nods. He said, yes, yes, Anarch. I'll keep an eye out for rats, I suppose. And he starts wandering around looking for rats. But there's these, as you can see, these ruins. They're quite ancient. We're working on excavating things, but there's been a few items that seem to hold some sort of information that might be helpful to understanding this. I sent it to the lab. Drobazor was here earlier and took a few pieces with him. Would you be so kind as to see if they've figured anything out? I would like to open the ruins and celebrate the lives of these people that have come before us, but I would also like to make sure that it's safe before we bring any of the people in.
Of course. And I will turn. Do we know where the lab is?
Yeah, you definitely know where the lab is. It's not too far off. It's probably a mile away, if that, depending on the path you take.
Yep, I will start walking.
Okay. Any? Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to I never actually loaded the. There's not much to see yet, but on the map there, I let me see. Did I? There we go. Now it's activated. Foundry. So just what you're seeing here, there's not much to see just yet. This is about how much has been excavated so far. There's clearly walls that indicate a larger room, but your party, so far this is about as far as the excavations got here. So these are the pillars that you're researching, and the holes where a couple of rodents seem to have run in. Were you saying something, Ian?
I was just going to say, I assume this was just a glimpse, but I cannot see anything because it states that I do not have a token with vision in this map.
Same.
Oh, I thought I turned off.
I can see like the
So-
triangle.
Yeah, it
I
should
can
just be
see
that
your
small
dots.
section. Let me
But it's a black screen for me.
configure. Oh, yeah, I can fix that. Give me just a second. I will turn off token vision.
Also, Rhodes redeemed a group hydrate.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, hey.
Hydrate
Okay,
attack.
yep, I see a map with redacted areas. Okay.
Yep. So this is about all you've discovered so far.
Okay.
They're excavating. Again, there's some pipes, some pipes. They found some glass, some pottery. They found some other things that they haven't really described to you. That they've just said that they took them to the research lab. But they're continuing to pull more material out. Now that they've cleared that blockage, you can see now as several workers step up into the main area here where they've been excavating, and they're now cutting out much larger pieces of rock and dirt and stone from here and carrying it back out. So
I'd say as we're leaving to go to leave for the lab, Zevin's going to be specifically looking for anything moving in the shadows, because he seemed pretty startled by whatever seemed to skitter in front or near him, and it seemed very unexpected. So it didn't seem like something that they've seen very many times. So she's going to keep an eye out for anything moving.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check while you're leaving the area.
Which one of you is not going to screw me over today? I'm going to go with you. An 18 on the die, so 22.
22. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I will. I'm gonna send you one thing, whispers style. But as you're leaving which you can share with the party very easily, as you're leaving the tunnels, there is a few noises that you hear. You catch the sounds of dripping water, which is a little bit odd, but not entirely unexpected. You did see the stalagmites and stalactites. There's a question of like, where did the water come from? We're on an asteroid, but with all of the shaping of metal and shaping of the environment and all of the stuff, other magical stuff that happens here, like, not that strange to hear, a little bit of moisture and humidity in this area. But you do hear some noises like, as well as like some scratching sounds, almost like claws on rock. Some of it you could explain away as like scratching footfalls from companions in the building, people wearing different kinds of shoes or who have, themselves claws that maybe touch the walls and tools that drag against the rock. But some of it doesn't match any of the things that you're seeing. So there's definitely like, it sounds like maybe there are some rats or something around here. You don't quite catch sight of anything, but you do sort of hear it in there's some cracks in the wall where like you specifically hear a couple of noises. So if you wanted to like reach a hand in or something to see if you could grasp anything, you could. It's just a little bit high up and sort of like the sound sounds a little bit deeper in.
Despite being a researcher, not very much into sticking my hands into random holes where I don't know what's in there without light, so I will pass on that, but thank you. For now, at least.
Similarly, I would like to look around like the edges of the walking areas. If there's like a layer of dust, see if there's like footprints or any trail from something moving. With the idea that the thing that ran out was either a rodent or rodent-like, and rodents tend to run around the edges of a room rather than the center of it. Maybe there's a hint that something else has been here, at least more visibly.
So using the light to try and find signs of these creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you using the light, you specifically if you move the light towards the crack that Zevin had indicated a minute ago, you do hear like as something like scurries deeper into the crevice. It sounds like there's a lot of rats around here actually.
Quite strange, but life does find a way.
So we already had a T-Rex attack a party, okay?
That's true.
You say rat? I think you meant velociraptor.
Velociraptor.
In space.
No.
In space.
No.
Space dinosaurs.
So as you guys are sort of getting back out of the mine, Zerth'Arihn stays and is actually helping with some of the excavations as well, using his psionic power to help carry some of the heavier loads and that sort of thing. As you start to get like towards the exit of the cave, Zevin, I sent you a PM. I saw you had responded to it, but just letting you know, as you get out of the cave, that's when that sort of clicks for you. Is like as you leave the cave, you hadn't quite noticed it until that moment. So anything you want to do with that, you're welcome to. But otherwise, the party continuing towards the research lab.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Again, research lab's not too far away. You make it there in about 10 minutes, even with people crowding the streets and moving around a lot. Oops, sorry, excuse me. The research lab itself, like pretty much every building here, everything's made of this gleaming silver metal, so sometimes it's hard to sort of pick out buildings from other buildings. But the research lab itself has a large telescope sticking out of it at one side of the building, so it's pretty easy to find in the mass of buildings. You make your way there pretty quickly. Approaching the building, you do hear a lot of yelling here and there, some strange noises, some banging here and there, and just a loud, heavy footsteps inside, these loud clanking, just clang, clang, clang footsteps coming from inside. The door is open. Currently, it's just a big metal door that they've propped open, and you can see as wisps of smoke are coming out from windows and things. Nothing's exploded. This is a pretty standard for them. Somebody's running some sort of experiment, and so you see like over in one window there's a blue smoke coming out, and another window there's just a small silvery mist that's emanating. It's ventilated. It's a well-ventilated building for good reasons, as you can tell. As you approach the building, again, you hear all of these noises, and inside you can hear this, booming steps as a few voices ring out. And as you get closer, you also hear these like steps as well as something runs across the floor in front of you. Just as you're entering the room, there's just a small blur of motion as a small grung, a frog person, goes running past you holding a couple of beakers full of things that appear to be smoking and hissing.
Oh.
It's good. We're good.
Just,
What would you...
Ren just shakes their head like, I don't die in
Someone's
that
gonna,
cave,
like,
it'll
lean
be in
into
the
Rin.
river.
Someone's just gonna lean into Rin and Gith to say, "Are we sure the artifacts are safe here?
No.
Are we really sure?"
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, neither am I.
Another grung comes around the corner, just head held low, wearing a nice vest and a jacket, a blazer, and he comes around the corner. Looks exactly like the one that just ran past holding beakers, but coming from the same direction again, and dressed differently, and looks over at you and sort of nods. You're looking for the artifacts?
Yes.
Yes.
What's less of them, at least.
Oh, they're fine. I have those. My brother is forbidden from touching them.
Probably a good decision on that.
I'll touch them if I want to. And you realize now, looking at the two of them, they are twins and very different personalities, but both working in the research lab.
Oh, good. Not racist. Got it.
I thought I just couldn't tell them apart. No, nobody can. They are twins. This is Panong and Panang, the Grung twins. They are. Panong is the librarian, trying his best to keep things organized in the chaos that is the others, and Panang is the chemist. Panang leads you to the back room, the more quiet room, doesn't need to be as ventilated room, that also contains the telescope and a just walls and walls of books and research materials, many tables. I don't know if you've seen those tables that they have at some libraries. You can lay out books and it wheels around, and so you can have like 20 books at once. There's like 6 of those around the room. They're all laid out with materials. And there's a table set up with like a clean white sheet and like a big glass thing, or a big glass top over it. And inside there, you can see there's a few pieces. What looks to be a large gemstone, a large clear gemstone, very round, but with a bunch of facets on it. But it is a big round gemstone, almost like a 12-sided die or a 20-sided die. About the size of 2 fists, a little bit bigger than that, and that's what they seem to be discussing the most. And by they, you walk into the room and see over there is a gigantic warforged brute, 10, maybe 11 feet tall, about 6 feet wide, just massive steps. As it turns to face you, its footsteps ring against the adamantium floor, just this clang, clang. It turns towards you with a creaking sound. Zermalda!
I can't with you.
This is, as you all well know, Drolbazor Vabrodwagrid Krendrikazers. Sorry, I stumbled. I stuttered.
Yep.
Drolzor, as you those of you who have been in the library before, probably Zevin more than the rest of you, is the spirit of a gnome who has been trapped long in this automaton body. Hence his voice.
Hence the voice. Okay.
And beside him, the companion he's talking to is an amethyst dragonborn, wings sort of closed behind him currently as he goes over his notes. He opens up a window in the side of this large glass container and pulls out the gem and rotates it and sets it back down in an enclosure again and is staring inside it and writes something down on a notebook real quick. And he turns and sort of nods at you and goes back to his work. So, yeah, what's up? What do you need?
We were sent to check on the artifacts.
Which one?
All of them.
Oh, well, okay. Well,
The general well-being.
the general well-being of we know how to take care of artifacts here. We've got a very specific storage solution, and it's kept far away from the chemistry lab. What do you want? And he's just, as he waves and like gesticulates, and yeah, like just these like his arms probably based on the size and the construction, each arm probably weighs 300-400 pounds as he's just gesticulating wildly. Never hits any of the glass or any of the things around him. Very aware of his space, but just still gesticulating wildly. It's very uncomfortable.
Very aware of the stuff, not the people.
No, you are less important. You can be healed.
And again, to Rin and Gisco, it still amazes me. You wouldn't think that a gnome could cause so much chaos, no matter what form they're in.
Gnome personality and an 11-foot mech. It tracks.
So the 11-foot mech reaches down and picks up the whole glass top container and sets it down very gingerly on another table beside, revealing the table of artifacts. There's a few pieces that are interesting papers, or they might have been papers at one point. It's hard to tell. They seem to have almost fossilized, and he's sort of trying to take care of them as best he can. But they've got that gem is like the major thing that they're studying, and Drolzor picks that up as to Blair's chagrin. He's like, "Excuse me," as he's like currently writing things down as a 5-foot hand just picks up the gem and takes it over to you. Take a look at this. Isn't it weird? And he hands you a big clear gemstone cut like a D12, and he just hands it to you. What do you do?
I'd say Zevin, being used to this kind of behavior from him, will just kind of grab it very carefully.
Oh, yep.
And then just be very, not confused, but we'll shoot the Dragonborn a look of, sorry, and then turn to the rest of the group, and she'll start inspecting it. Does anything seem odd about this gemstone, or does she feel any sort of like, I guess I would say kind of like almost like magical properties?
Yeah. So without like digging into it with magic or anything like that, just at your first glance at like flipping it over and studying it a little bit, you notice as you look in, like he hands it to you, and you're first like you've got one of the facets just in your face, and you can see there's like some sort of pattern or something inside the gemstone, like maybe there's some imperfections or something in there. Without like looking too deeply at it, as you just sort of roll it around in your hands, you realize that like it's different from each direction, and you wonder for a second, is it just like I'm looking at some weird imperfection that is just being highlighted by the facets of the gem? Like that would be cool. But go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Arcana
or history, either one.
23.
All right. With a 23, definitely, as you start to flip it over in your hands a little bit, looking around at the different pieces and facets in here, not only is the view different from each facet of the gem, it is not just different sides of some sort of imperfection. As you look closer and sort of spend about 30 seconds studying one specific facet, the magic of the ark, of this settlement, takes hold a bit in your mind, and actually you can see some of it forms into words. And flipping it over a little bit more and sort of like trying to focus a little bit harder, you realize that there's this swirling script that moves or changes as you look at different facets of the gem. Almost like each facet itself is a page or maybe multiple pages of some book. As you continue flipping it around and getting a better view at these, this strange swirling script, it's not familiar to you in any way, but the magic of the Citadel translates words and written and spoken words, but it seems to be struggling with this ancient script. With that high, with that high check on the Arcana side, you recognize some of the words that we're having trouble translating as they finally sort of shift into place. They are specific, like arcane notations, or rather alchemical sort of notations, and they sort of some words you get are things like you see some formulas that appear to be alchemical in nature, that sort of catch your eye. There's also references, some sort of like mechanical documentation of some sort. There's references to research done on some sort of, the word doesn't translate perfectly, but it sort of like shifts back and forth between a couple of words, and one of those words is like fractal energies or something like that, or strange energies. So it's having a hard time sort of translating it into a language that you would understand. Very specifically, the one side you managed to get a vision of, like, sort of a better understanding of with your knowledge of the arcane. There's notes that suggest, and again, paraphrasing because of the language as it shifts here, notes that suggest that scientists were experimenting with the fractal energies of a strange plane or space. They implanted this energy into a small creature, which caused it to spontaneously grow and split like a single-celled organism reproducing. Proposed applications for the research include things like eradication of famine, production of valuable organic resources from rare beasts, harvesting of vital organs for transplant, things like that. There's a lot of interesting and gory details on how this research took place as you sort of get lost in the details of it. But what probably strikes your interest the most is the very last sort of section there. The greatest success listed was conducted on what appears to be some sort of creature. It's the drawing of it appears. The name doesn't quite translate, but the magic tries to sort of translate an image, and it appears to be almost a mouse-like creature, which it says was kept in suspended animation and could be kept alive forever, it appeared, simply by converting the tissues and temporal energies of its clones into sustenance. The creature, it was said to be friendly, especially to those who provided it sweets. And Drobazor at this point is just watching you with interest and just like leaning closer and closer and closer and closer as you're like reading things. And
when he's like leaning in, she's gonna like transfer it very carefully to one hand and like put the other on his face and like keep him out of the way just a little bit, as she's trying to also at the same time verbally explain what she's seeing through this weird gemstone. Trying her best to translate as much as she can.
Yeah, and Drobazor points, as you're like giving the explanation as well, he's taken some notes too. Him and Blair have taken some notes of some other things that they've managed to process from there. There's the creature that you talk about, and Drobazor is just like taking notes frantically as you explain what he's like, oh, we haven't been able to translate that part yet. He's like frantically scribbling things down as you're talking. They talk as well about some other things that they've been able to roughly translate as some sort of alchemical or magical device, focused on creating matter from nothing, which would sound familiar to you, being this whole place is spawned from limbo matter. the translation of like what they're spawning it from is confusing. It sort of shifts between like thoughts, dreams, mind eyes, visions. How would you create something from visions, or like it doesn't seem to quite fit, and so like the magic translation is still trying to find the right word for it, but that's what Drobzor and Blair have been able to sort of piece together from that facet. But as you sort of take in that and share that information with the party, Drobzor and Blair also show you that, like, yes, over in here, these have alchemical recipes, and these we've been keeping away from Penang. Over here we have, and they're sort of showing you the different pieces of information they've been able to glean from this particular artifact.
Before we continue,
Mhm.
Court donated $75, and Emily, thank you, Emily, rounded us out to our
Welcome.
$3,000.
Yay!
We
Thank
did it.
you, thank you,
All right.
everyone.
It's been fun. All right, have a good one, y'all.
Like, all right, we're done.
Hi, y'all.
So that
Right,
leaves us
campaign
with
over.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 17 advantages.
Oh my goodness.
So gotta get us rolling dice and 5 lair actions.
5 layer actions, and I will say, if you, I guess from my end of things, when we're in a space where you think there may be puzzles or things happening, trade in your advantages for stuff to happen in the room.
Yes, perfect.
Since it sounds like we have more advantages than we could use if we.
Yeah, probably. In the 3 hours we have left, yes.
Yes. So, moving along, essentially the explanation, like they take you through explaining that they've got a few other pieces in there as well. It looks like a few broken gemstones, even where like you've got a little bit of information you can glean from the facets, but they come in based on the pieces that they've been able to uncover. They come in many different sizes. The papers don't actually seem to have notes or anything on them. They appear to be this civilization, best that they can guess, somehow were able to encode their information into these gemstones.
Zevin basically like instantly loses herself because she's so interested in this, and she just zips off to work with the other 2 researchers that she's already previously worked with and feels comfortable around. And
Right.
she's going to go start talking to them, looking through their research on these, and trying to figure out if anything pieces together. And so she just takes off to look at all of the other things and carefully sets the gemstone back down in front of our dragonborn friend that was originally looking at it.
he
Here you
does
go.
thank you and puts it back down, and he's very gentle and like being careful with these things and just shaking his head at like everything that's going on around. Meanwhile, you see as the cloak that he's wearing, the hood of the cloak suddenly raises up by itself as you walk away, and what looks to be like a chicken chameleon face made out of t-shirts appears out from under the hood and just sort of looks at you as you walk away, and then goes back into his hood.
I love it. I want one.
He may be a little bit less serious than he appears.
Before you walk away to do that, I say, wait, and I hand you a piece of chalk. And I said, don't forget the circle. And I hand you an alabaster white rune chalk.
What does that do?
It's a wondrous item. The main focus, or at least rather what I tell you, is if you draw a circle and then stand in it, you can roll an extra d4 on an ability check of your choice.
Oh, very neat.
Fantastic. Thank you, my friend.
It also has other functions, but those don't matter right now. In fact, one of them, because, my character is a bit more spy, is if you draw an X on a piece of paper, it erases all info on that paper.
Hey, it'd be dangerous around here.
Rude. That would be so mean.
It's just a fun, quirky little item I saw, and I was like, well, yeah, a spy would have this. Why not?
And Zevin would 100% use that in a cruel way for a researcher that she did not like, or if it was just stupid research, she would 100% do that. She can be kind of an asshole, so.
Oh, man. It's like, not only have you failed this class, I am deleting your research.
We are all stupider for having listened to you.
I lost several brain cells. Thank you so much.
I award you no points, and may the gods have mercy on your soul.
Mm-hmm.
So, Zevin, you go off to continue the research a little bit, see if you can find more information about this. The excavation is continuing. They will, when it is safe, they will essentially have the ceremony and reveal it to the public. But what are the rest of you doing? Are you going to help with the research as well, or are you going to help with the excavation, or is there something else you would like to do? Essentially, we can continue from here and go straight to the excavation. You can go check it out and help there and make that go faster, or we can do a quick time skip, 5-minute bio break to the excavation being done, unless you have things that you'd like to do in this downtime, essentially.
I think Rin would go letting the nerds nerd. Would probably
important to let them nerd sometimes.
Exactly. It doesn't happen in the field often, so letting Zoin kind of blossom in her natural habitat. They would probably, if everything is okay here, getting a good vibe of here not exploding, would probably meander back to the excavation just to make sure that, like, if there was anything they could do,
Okay.
even if just as an extra set of hands.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely room for an extra set of hands, and they start. They're excavating larger pieces of stone and things like that, so you can definitely help out with that. Corbin and oh gosh, I forgot your character's name. Ian.
Mahir.
Mahir. I was gonna say Mira, and that's not right.
That's not right.
Close. A split.
Corbin will go back to the excavation site, and as a rather dutifully snackish halfling, he will start putting like dried bits of fruit or any candies that he might have near like the crevices to see if he can lure out the or a rat.
Right on. And Mahir.
I'm not really of any strength to help with excavating, but I kind of don't know things.
A conundrum.
So I'm going to do this. I am going to go help with the research. And I guess just from what I have witnessed, what is kind of the field of knowledge that seems to be the most at work here?
The most at work is probably artificersmanship. There's a large library of information. They do have several mechanical devices like the large telescope and a few other things that they have. They do have a focus on chemistry as well. And Panang will certainly drag you in to be like a quick swap on some chemicals or something if you could be dragged into such efforts. But other than this particular research, they focus mostly on like archaeology, artificy, and chemically. That's not the right word. Chemistry. Jeez.
That all sounds great. What does that translate to in terms of the mechanical knowledge skills?
Oh, alchemist tools. You could use thieves' tools to help with some of the like spring work and some of the mechanisms that they're putting together. You could definitely help out with that. Otherwise, your character could just have some downtime, chill. I was going to say it seems like a good time. Take a quick bio break, and then we can come back, and I can just hash whatever your character. If your character had something interesting they wanted to do, great. If you don't have something interesting you want to do, don't worry about it. So Andy's going to lay out some sweets. Corbin's going to lay out some sweets. Rin's going to help excavate, and Zevin's going to be helping with the research on the artifacts.
Okay, I was just saying because like if it was Arcana or
Gotcha.
If it was something more of that, I was just going to cast a spell to make me more useful. But if it is more a tool proficiency, I can't instantly fix that.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely use sleight of hand to help out with some of the chemical experiments. I know you have like a huge sleight of hand bonus. That would be very helpful for them to just have somebody to just like swap things real quick.
I could also cast borrowed knowledge and just learn
whatever knowledge from his brain. Yeah. Cool.
And I will mention, as I'm helping with this, and I'm like, I have borrowed the knowledge of many gnomes from many an age. They do not get less annoying.
Drobs are in the room. Somebody's talking about me. I can feel it. In my lack of bones.
Feel it in
All
my
right.
bones if I had any.
All right. We'll take a quick break and come back in about 5 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna sit and
Sounds good.
I'm gonna babysit the stream since I've been
Okay.
sitting. But everyone, yeah, go take your quick
Cool.
bio
Be right
break.
back.
Hi stream. It's just me now. I cannot believe we've hit 3,000. That's amazing. Thank you all for your donations. It's fantastic. It's a Sam show. It is a Sam show. Worst improver ever. So like, this will be great. Yeah, thank you for your donations, your support. Your support not only with the extra life things we do, but Wednesday night dice. Ooh, soda, thank you. I'm ad-libbing because I'm alone.
Ad-libbing?
I'm ad-libbing.
What?
It's the Sam
Where are you
show.
ad-libbing at?
The people.
Is it still the internet?
It's still the internet.
The ghost in your house.
Emily said the ghost in your house.
It's the ghost.
I am $37 away from getting an extra life rug. So if that doesn't happen, we're just gonna have to. And really, actually, I have to donate $10 for subs today anyway. So I'm really
Just let me know.
$25 away
For a
from
rug?
for an extra life rug. Yeah.
A rug.
Yeah.
How many advantages do you guys already have?
Oh, like 17.
17
know.
advantages and
what's-
5 layer actions.
And 5.
Hold, please.
Oh, please. But yeah, thank you for everyone's support with Extra Life, with Wednesday Night Dice, with Sassy Sundays, sharing posts, liking posts. You guys have been amazing. I know not everyone can do the monetary thing, so even just the liking and sharing is wonderful. And just hanging out in chat. It's great. We don't stream to be, Twitch streamers or be the next, Critical Role. Like that's not our incentive. Our incentive is to raise awareness for this shit. Mostly are, just trying to raise money. So yeah, I'll have final numbers on Monday once they close out this year's thing, and I'll let you all know what we're sitting at overall and for this year, and it's very exciting. And I think for 2024 we're gonna try and be. This year was tough. Things were stressful in real life. Q4 sucked. But we will. I think we're gonna try and do some more stuff throughout the year instead of like, as per usual, procrastinating until the big day and then trying to cram in as much stuff as possible. So I'm thinking, obviously, our tabletop appreciation weekend is always in like August-ish. But I want to do Pride again, do some Pride streams. Maybe like a Halloween stream because we didn't do anything for Halloween. Do something spooky.
Spooky.
I just got the new RPG that kickstarted. I say new, it's not really new. The Shadow Dark RPG, which is like the graphics on this. I will post pictures of it. The graphics on this, spooky. Very excited. So we're gonna try and do like St. Patrick's Day stream. All kinds of stuff. We're gonna try and do some fun extra life stuff throughout the year. Little bits as we go, culminating up to the November stream.
You said Pride Stream, and I want to build a lesbian necromancer. Thank you so
Hell
much.
yes.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yes.
And just want you guys to know, for your own benefit, and to laugh at me because you deserve it. Spooky mice in the walls, spooky mice-like creatures, shadows. I opened my office door to go inside.
Did you get a mouse in your office?
There were 2 mice this big on my porch.
That's a rat.
That they were stealing food from the bird feeders.
They just want to be warm.
They were so frightening. Thank you.
I also feel like someone needs to be a Warforged bard that seduces both teams because gender is a social construct.
Yes.
Is the Warforged named gender?
Mhm.
Because now they are a parasocial construct.
Yes.
Yep. Gender is a social construct. That's how they introduce themselves.
Did you just buy me that rug?
Nope, that's a no. The
Thanks,
house
honey.
belongs to the rats now.
Also, ironically, I'm just excited for when this will come up because it's the most important magic item I ever found, and I have the Cloak of Many Fashions.
Oh, that's the best.
And it's just a cloak that you can change how it looks at will.
I love that cloak. Dustin just donated $50, so
Ooh.
add on another layer action, and everyone else gets 2 more advantages. He did it
Jeez.
mostly so I would get over $2,000 personally, so I could get my extra life rug.
Woo!
So you know.
Your what?
So Extra Life does incentives on their own.
Yeah,
Like we do
okay.
the incentives, but they do like force when you donate. For like the players, you can get things. So like, it's always
You
a
can get a
T-shirt.
rug.
This year, the big thing, the big ticket item is a legit. It's a rug that has like the Extra Life logo and stuff on it. It was a
Okay.
keyboard last year. It's been, you can't see it with all of my shit, but there's like a little plexiglass like light up neon sign. It's all kinds of stuff.
Oh, cool.
So this year was a rug, and we're above our goal now.
Like, is it? Or I guess we'll
It's
see.
like an area rug.
It's a magic
That's why I was like, how big is this rug?
I
Is
don't
it like
know.
A
We'll see.
bathroom mat or
When it
like a?
shows up, we'll see.
It's a magical flying rug. Don't you have one?
Yeah. I guess.
I guess we'll see how big it is. Like if it's like a dining room rug or
I don't know. So yeah, back to it.
Back to it.
Woot.
So jumping into a quick, montage of what happens over the next couple of days. A couple of days of excavating, working through the various rubble and stone, and trying to be careful not to destroy the entire lab as more explosives are employed. The excavation goes pretty smoothly, and Corbin and Rin, you were helping with the excavation and/or searching for rats. Corbin, you very easily, with the added benefit of sweets, managed to find what appears to be like a whole colony of these strange rat-like creatures. They're not exactly rats, but they're a similar sort of domain. Their physiology is alien, but they are fuzzy and tiny and adorable and crave sweet things. And there appear to be, at any given time, you only see probably 5 or 10 at most, but roll a perception check for me.
Great. Only a 7 on the die, but it's 17 total.
Damn.
17 total. You start to try and count them and figure out how many there are. You're looking for like, oh, that one has spots, and that one also has spots, and that one also has the same spots. Okay, fine. Let's try something else here. That one has blue eyes, and son of a bitch. All right, so, and you do this like 3 or 4 times trying to count them, and like even like you try to put marks on them at some point with like the candy or something, and like that's about the only way you're able to do this. But when you like mark one of them, it disappears, and you never see that again, but you just keep getting like cycling. You have no idea how many of these creatures there are or what they are. excuse me. But with a 17, you do notice at one point as there's this very small crevice that one runs into and gets kind of stuck. And as you go to help it like get back out, a second one comes running out. And as you put the light in there, it's a dead end. So have fun with that. Rin, as you're helping with the excavation, there's an interesting menagerie of people coming in and out, mostly, miners, workers who are focused on carrying the heavy things and clearing things out. But a few times you see some folks you don't recognize, specifically at, sorry, let me to my notes. At one point you see in a little side room that's been sort of carved out for holding of a few pieces of artifacts and things like sorting things out. It's a open room. It's been nicely set up. Again, you've got the Anarch who's able to shape matter at will from this limbo matter. So this room itself, they've sort of carved out a big cave and then plastered it with adamantium and made it look nice. And at one point you see coming out of that room and sort of looking around before going back into the room, what looks to be a Loxodon, another halfling you can hear inside. At one point you swear you hear the clanking hooves of a minotaur, as well as hearing a voice that sort of sounds elf-like. Later on in the evening, or in another day, as you're digging through here, you also see another small group delivering something. Again, it seems to be a halfling, Leonin. Excuse me, a large GIF and another Githzerai as well, and they appear to be carrying something and taking it in this room, carrying it to someone else. Over the course of these couple of days as well, you notice a few workers actually take sick, including Zerth'Arihn. They take sick, and Sinker, the Warforged mine master, sort of pushes everybody out of the mine, worried that it might be bad air or something trapped inside, and so they clear the mine out, except for workers who don't require oxygen, Sinker and a few others who dig a little bit further to investigate and clear the area. So for about a day and a half, the mine is closed off from any organics as they finish their last preparations. But after a couple of days, all of the people who had gotten sick, they seem to come down with any investigation into it, or like asking questions. It seems to just be some sort of it's not even it's not a respiratory thing or anything like that. They're extremely tired. Like it is just like sapping their energy. Like, again, maybe it was bad air and like they just needed time to rest. But after a couple of days of rest, everybody comes back. They seem fine. They're a little bit tired still, but the Anarch showing up as you see them again as they approach. They're hunched over a bit, like they're feeling the weight of their years as they sort of hunch their head, and you can see where like the back is sort of hunched up a bit as they walk through the excavation site. They seem a little bit more agitated than usual, but are still directing things, and they are carrying with them at one point you notice that they're carrying with them what appears to be some sort of crown, a small crown that they look at. Maybe it's some sort of artifact that was recovered during the excavation. You're not sure, before they stick it back into a large pocket on their robes. And Zevin, as you're helping with the research, you find you're able to translate a few bits more of the text. There's it doesn't translate perfectly, but it seems like that these people, this civilization, they didn't seem to have a connection with magic, which is why a lot of the words are having a hard time translating. A lot of the things that the effects that you would attribute to arcane discovery, they attribute to some sort of other force. They don't describe their research as if they have a connection to the weave. They seem to do things more in an alchemical sense. But based on the papers here, they discovered a portal or a window or some traversal method to access realms beyond, including a place where, excuse me, including a strange place with alien physiology and effects, things that would affect minds who peered too long, and so they were able to pull from this some living creatures and things like that, and they were conducting research onto these alien creatures that they were able to access. Sort of like to use like a real world sort of analogy, it'd be like reading the research of people who discovered a wormhole and were just like, "Ooh, I'm going to go fishing."
No flaw in this plan.
Right? Yeah. So
None whatsoever.
from Zevin's perspective, it probably sounds like foolishness, but it does sound like they took precautions. And based on what you again, it's loose, but based on what you can pull from it, it sounds like what they're doing to you sounds reckless and just absolutely insane. But based on their descriptions and notes from it, they do this absolutely batshit stuff and are able to handle it. Like, it doesn't seem that crazy. Like, it'd be like describing, oh yeah, I get in a giant metal box and I light things on fire and explosions propel me at half the speed of sound across the sky and into other countries. And if you didn't know I was talking about combustion airplanes, you'd be like, what?
Hey, science is all about fuck around and find out. So
Yes.
at first she's like, what in the heck? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see what you were going for there. After a few days of the research, she's going to take her journal that she's kept and she's made her own notes in addition to whatever is being left in the lab, and she's going to head back towards the dig site to meet up with the others.
Okay.
But as soon as she gets there, she's going to stop in the place where she first heard that weird sound that I sent you a message to.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. She's gonna stop and she's just gonna stand very still and quiet and hope there's no one else really right in that immediate area. But she's gonna stop and listen to see if she could hear that again, and if she can somewhat pinpoint where it was coming from.
Sure. Yeah. I'd say make a perception check, and you have a million advantages. So why not?
You know what?
Or not-
I'm gonna go
Or
ahead and
not use
Edgar.
one.
Up
Up to you.
Up to
Might
you.
as well. Well, seeing as they're both a 15 on the die, I'll take it 19 total. Only 16 advantages to go.
With a 19 total, you're definitely able. It's definitely coming from within the cave. The noise that you were hearing.
It's coming from in the cave.
It does sound. It's very consistent, and as the excavation continues, it is definitely more pronounced than it was before. But others don't seem to be taking much notice of it. But I will say with a 19, with a 19, you do notice that like occasionally somebody in the cave who's working and like excavating and pulling out stone, every once in a while someone will just sort of stop and then wander further into the cave. And then a few minutes later, they'll come back out and sort of shake their head and resume what they were doing.
Okay.
And I will say, to tie it back, as they're like walking forward, they clearly are not aware of what they're doing, but you take note that it is at the same. They walk sort of at the same cadence.
Got it. All right. As soon as I get back and I, observe for a few moments, I'm immediately going to go and find Rin.
All right.
And fill her in on the research and explain the sound that I first heard. When we were leaving the cave, he seemed pretty startled by the rats or whatever seemed to be kind of crawling around like he hadn't seen those before. So I stopped and I was waiting for them. I was trying to see if I could spot any of them, but nothing was really popping out, but I did hear a very steady, like a very light pulsing sound. It's very slow but very consistent.
Like a heartbeat?
And just now, when I'm coming back in, I noticed that every so often some of the workers would stop what they're doing, head further into the cave, but then backtrack a few moments later, like nothing. They didn't know where they were, why they were going further to begin with. They were confused, but they go back to work like nothing happened.
It's strange. I've been seeing unfamiliar faces too. People that seem to belong here but just start carrying artifacts or hanging around the artifact room out here.
While we were in the research lab, did anyone like try to get in that wasn't? I shouldn't say. I don't know if authorized is the best
Mhm.
word to use, or maybe unfamiliar faces that we saw once and never saw again. Does anything like that, or were we too kind of like wrapped up in the research to really notice?
Not at the research lab, but when going over the notes with Rin and sort of like figuring things out, as Zevin's mentioning, like people wandering in and not, and like they come back out confused.
Mhm.
When you sort of put together that, like, now that you think about it, you did see those unfamiliar faces, those two groups of people. They were here recently, just a few hours ago, but you haven't seen them come back out.
I relay that. You think we're gonna have to go in there, aren't we?
I think so. I was hoping this would be nice and easy. We're just here to make an appearance.
Of course,
It's never that easy, is it?
Never is.
All right, let's go find the others. Why don't you stick around here and go and find Corbin,
With the
and
rats.
I will go and find Mahir.
Meet you back here.
And when you see Corbin, tell him to save some of those sweets, just in case. I came across something weird in the research. And then she just takes off and goes back to the lab to find Mahir and bring him on back.
Okay.
Yep, I'll go find Corbin.
Corbin, are you in the mine still? Is that
The mine.
Throughout the days, definitely.
okay?
I guess one thing that is kind of tangential to this, hearing about the other mine workers that were like sick or fatigued,
Yeah.
that were like in there when there was the explosion initially. I would like to at least check them out during those days to see if greater restoration
Absolutely.
or something.
Yeah, I
will
will say they didn't get. It wasn't like the explosion and then people got sick. It seems unrelated to the explosion, as you can check on them and check them out. They do seem to be just exhausted. It's almost like a sickness has overcome them that just drains their energy for a couple. They sleep excessively for a couple of days, and then they seem pretty much back on their feet. A little bit sluggish, but back on their feet fine. If you do use greater restoration throughout this, then that will certainly help. The Zerth'Arihn, they sort of push your efforts away. It's like, no, please, I will take care of it myself, and returns to meditation. But the others, if you do want to go help anybody else who seems to be suffering from this sickness, you definitely can. How many times can you cast Greater Restoration?
twice a day, and then if I want to try like lesser restoration to see if that'll have any effect.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
plenty of
lesser
options for
restoration
that.
doesn't seem to affect it, whatever this disease or bad air or whatever it is. But the greater restoration does resolve it. So over the course of 2 days, we'll say you're able to cure 4 of the people who would have otherwise just needed to rest up instead.
Oh, okay.
All right. And where does Rin find Corbin?
Probably exiting the excavation site or near the entrance of it.
Yeah, I'll track you down and kind of flag you over. How far have you gone in?
Not terribly far. Couple dozen paces. Mostly just looking for the inhabitants. And I like reach into a little pouch pocket and go, like this guy, holding one of the rat creatures with a distinctive like chalk dust on the top of his head, so he can tell them apart from the rest of them.
And Corbin pulls out this six-legged,
Oh.
multi-jointed rat-like creature that just sort of skitters across his hand like a furry spider.
I just want you to know that is the most white woman thing you could have done. Thank you.
And it squeaks, and it sort of stands up on the back legs like a weird centaur, and sort of looks up at you.
Brainstorm between it being like really gross and really cute. Like, I want to smash it, but I also want to like, oh, it's so cute in the face. Don't want to face. Just a little bit of that cuteness aggression in there.
You like hesitantly reach out. Is that sort of what I'm getting?
Yeah, kind of.
It's so ugly, it's cute.
I kind of want to touch it, but
It sniffs your hand as you like start to get closer, and then it just like it sneezes, and suddenly it goes, and it just splits into two, and one falls on the ground and skitters off.
Did you know it did that?
Yes.
Cleric.
And when I say splits into two, again, very like single-celled organism mitosis.
Like mitosis.
They both got 6 legs. They're both furry. They're both weird and slimy now, and then one just skitters off.
Ew.
Did both of them have the chalk mark?
Only one of them has the chalk mark.
Okay.
The one that's still being held.
Yes.
Okay. Save some of your sweets. I think we're going in.
All right. And Mahir, where does Zevin find you?
I was probably helping with the, still with the research. Over the course of several days, I would have switched my Whispers of the Dead so that I would have proficiency in the alchemist tools.
Okay.
Instead of my standard, which is, I'd like to think, because Whisper of the Dead is like at any kind of rest, I can learn a skill or tool proficiency that I didn't
Right.
have from a dead. I'd like to think there's like when I learn the same skill, it's like from the same ghost. So like instead of knowing insight from the gambler that I regularly do, I did the alchemist kit to help learn.
Mhm.
And I'm terribly sorry because I'm real bad with names. The guy who's in charge that has the doohickey that he keeps fiddling with and putting in his pocket.
The doohickey
The
fiddling
crown.
with putting in. Oh, the crown. The Zerth'Arihn? The leader of the people, the Anarch?
Okay. Yeah, the crown.
Yes.
Does he come into the research lab at all?
No, Zerth'Arihn does not come into the lab. Over the course of these couple of days, for the first day, Zerth'Arihn retreats to their study. This is when the sort of the tired sickness sort of hits people. You know, checking on that, you find out that it seems to have also affected Zerth'Arihn, and so they've retreated to meditation for a couple of days so that they can maintain the stability of the structures and the place.
Okay.
But here at this current day, is like Zevin's coming to find you. Zerth'Arihn has now returned to the excavation site and is assisting with the excavations again.
Okay, then I will not pickpocket the crown from him to look at it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Because I was like, if he keeps fiddling with it, and then like he comes, I'm gonna look. I want to look at it, but yeah, no.
Steal it.
If there's no natural opportunity, I'm not gonna be like, I walk up to him to like, yeah. So I continue helping. The research in the lab is probably the way to find me. Surprisingly, using the tools proficiency of alchemy.
Cool. And so over the past couple of days of you helping them out as well, if you want to add, to your inventory like a health potion or alchemist's fire or something like that, feel free to add something like that if you had something like that in mind. Otherwise, you learn a little bit more about some of these alchemical notes that they've been able to translate roughly. They've been having a hard time with some of the more exotic materials mentioned. There's not like a specific translation that they can find. So Penang has been sort of guessing and testing things out, and that's been going about as well as you can expect. Do they need mercury or dynamite? I don't know. Let's try both.
No, put it down gently, gently.
Now, is that mercury or mercury fulminate? We shall find out.
We'll try both. See what happens.
Might be a good thing we're
Yeah.
leaving now. Come on, let's go.
Slappy frog noises.
For the record, I am just imagining the frogs from Spirited Away. That's all I'm imagining. Like that's yep.
So as you gather everybody back, I assume you're heading back to the excavation site.
Yeah.
There is as you come back to the excavation site, and Ren and Corbin, who are already there, there's a bit of a commotion inside. It sounds like they've found some more relics or something. Excuse me. But nameless NPC number 7 runs out and recognizes you, Ren, and as they approach, you do recognize actually that this is somebody who I have a name for. Let's see. I already named all those. Yeah, it's the Kenku. That's what it is.
Yeah, sure.
The dancing steps, the Kenku. She comes running out and she sort of squawks at you a bit and translates into various words from different voices. It's confusing and strange and Kenkus, man. But you get the hint that, like, hey, Zerth'Arihn's looking for the 4 of you. Where's the other 2?
Should be on their way back, and they'll kind of like look around for the other 2.
And the Kenku, she runs out and sort of looks around and peeks and sort of flutters up a few feet in the air, trying to like just get a little bit, and eventually like sort of squawks and says and points, and you can see Mahir and Zevin coming down the path. And the 2 of you see this Kenku. It looks like a budgie bird, if you're familiar with those little blue birds with the little short beaks. And it's one of those, and she's like 2.5, 3 feet tall, just running up to you and just like pushing you down the path.
Okay.
We're going. As soon as we get to the other 2, I'm gonna start filling them in on the research that I found and then what we observed.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile I'm searching through the research back to what I wrote down the first day when I first looked at that gem about whatever in the mention of sweets. Like she's trying to remember like what that said, and there was something about it. So she's looking furiously through her notes, and she wasn't writing at that time, so she tried to jot down what she remembered. And so she's going all the way back trying to make sense of it. But she's like, "There's a reason why the sweets stood out, and let's go. I'll just keep looking." And she's like going through all of her pages upon pages of research that she's just like wrote down quickly.
As she's doing that, she does see as like a small 6-legged furry creature comes crawling out of like Corbin's backpack and just like sort of staring at you as it's holding like a little piece of dried fruit. And
what is that thing? There's no time. And she just keeps walking. She's like, whatever, bring it with if you want. I don't care.
As you mentioned, there was something important about the dried sweet or about the sweets. Now this is important. What's that? I do or I don't? Do give them the sweets.
Something about it being more approachable or something if you gave it sweets, whatever it was. There's talk of extraterrestrials in here and a whole lot of alchemical formulas and components that can't translate perfectly. But I remember the sweet standing out and it being more approachable or friendly if you had sweets to offer of some sort.
Well, considering there's a uncountable number of them, I hope they stay friendly.
Yeah, I hope you have a lot of sweets. And she just keeps walking.
You do see now, like, a few of them, as Corbin walks through, you see a few, like, pop out of little crevices in the wall and stare at him for a second before, like,
Little
skittering
Pied
away
Piper
again.
now.
They're clearly looking for sweets, and occasionally you see now, as the one that Corbin is holding on to, it just sort of, like, skitters off, like, out of a pocket. Corbin, you shove him into a pocket, and then it, like, crawls back out. And most of the time you catch it, but a few times the rest of you can see as it, like, sneakily digs into his backpack and, like, throws a handful of dried fruit out. Or it'll climb into his pocket and then two will pop out and one of them will run off.
Oh my god, you're a walking breeding machine.
Oh no, that's not me. They do that on their own.
And Zevin, as you're, like, trying to parse what the hell is happening, it occurs to you that every single one you've seen now all have the same spots. They all have the same pattern of spots on their back.
She's just gonna grab a sweet from Corbin's hand and kneel down and offer it to one of those things so she can get closer to it to inspect it.
It approaches you cautiously, like, you're with Corbin, so, like, you're probably okay.
I have food. Here you go. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. I promise.
It grabs it with four hands and tries to drag it away.
She just reaches out and grabs it and go, nope, you're mine now. she just grabs it and she's just, like, inspecting it, and it's like just trying to get away from her, and she's just like, they're identical. They're all identical. There's nothing different.
It panics in your hands and flails, and then suddenly just goes and splits into two in your hands.
Oh no. She just drops it, goes, nope. Absolutely not.
Let me see, actually, because this will be funny if it happens.
Oh no.
First attack roll, natural 20.
Ah!
Go ahead and take 2 points of piercing damage as one of them bites you as it runs away. And then I need you to make a con save.
Oh god.
That's fair. I feel like you're gonna fuck me over this time if I choose you. We'll go with you. I haven't used you yet.
You do have advantage.
I
lot of
do. I
advantage.
don't. We'll do that for shits and giggles, but yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Con save will be 22.
20. Okay, you're fine. But you don't know what sort of diseases weird weird mitosising rat creatures have. So that's concerning.
Gross.
Yeah.
When they split, they're just identical. There's no change. One's not smaller.
They
Like
appear to split and be perfectly identical. And I will say, with your high Arcana check earlier, something about fractal energies, like, very weird.
Yeah.
But, like, maybe this is what they were talking about.
Yeah, she's just gonna give the group the rundown of everything that she's learned from the research lab, and everything that she's found through that gemstone, and everything as they're walking towards wherever the Kenku is literally pushing them still. I'm assuming the Kenku's still there. She's just shoving them forward. Like, no, go.
Yeah, and I'll just copy into the chat there that they're the couple of things, the notes that I had from the research group. So you can reference those if you want.
Yeah, because my notes aren't as nice as yours.
All good. You do notice as, like, Dancing Steps gets distracted for a minute, grabs one of the rat creatures and just sort of, like, owls it. And then panics and spits out two of them.
I don't know what's more disgusting, the fact that it did that in my hands, or the fact that you just puked that up.
She thinks about it for a second and almost grabs another one and then shakes her head and starts pushing you towards the...
Yeah. Don't eat those.
What is everybody's passive perceptions?
16.
13.
20.
Or 14, sorry.
17.
17. All right. With a 20, Corbin, as you're being pushed through this, through the caves. Wow, words. You do take a small note that Dancing Steps is one of the people who was going through that tired sickness, and you had cured them of it. They seem to be doing much better, but sort of comparing that to others who didn't get cured, you can see there are a couple of folks who didn't get cured, you just didn't have enough spell slots to heal everybody, who are walking around now and helping with this, but they seem to be moving around much more sluggishly. They're not like, they don't appear to be sick anymore, but they just appear to be still like a little bit tired. And you just make note that like you cured her and she seems fine, but they still seem a little bit out of it. Sort of like, they seem to have like a little bit of brain fog from recovering from the sickness still. But yeah, you getting pushed into the cave, heading towards the ruins.
Yeah, we'll just let it happen.
All right.
Again, fuck around and find out.
I don't really
Yeah.
think there's much of an option otherwise.
You, as you get closer to the cave, the actual like ruins that were being excavated, you do notice, Rin, that the actual area here where there was a bunch of work happening before, like you were helping excavate, so like you saw, wow, why can't I think of the name? You saw Sinker and Vorsud and Emskirnish. You saw all of them working here before. There doesn't seem to be anybody around here deeper in the caves. Dancing Steps points in the direction and tells you, that Zerth there, and she looks around as well and sort of takes note that people aren't gone, and she sort of whistles into it, and the whistle echoes in the cave a bit, and another whistle comes back, and she takes off down a little side route. Knowing Dancing Steps, she's trying to find her mentor, Emskirnish.
As we head, I'll look at the rest of the group and just kind of shrug. And kind of head in that direction. As we do, I will pull my drift globe out and hold it for now and cast light.
Okay.
Just so we have
as you do that, skittering, just rats everywhere.
This place is overrun.
They're like all over the place, and you notice now that they appear to be ambulatory enough that they're like on the ceiling.
Oh no! And it's gotten worse. Like like when we first got here, it was like, oh, that's kind of cute. It's like one or two, like whatever. But now it's gotten like, very clearly.
Now you turned on a light in a rundown motel, and
gross. Like I can feel it. Like I get chest tinglies thinking about it. Like it's not in a bad way, but not like I can feel it.
Yeah, it's like that, except with like.
Oh god! Even Ren, like who doesn't really flinch at much. The idea of it also brings them back to like early adventuring days of killing rats in basements.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, with here you said 17 passive perception. You see a few of them have chalk marks on them.
Okay. As we're going to clearly, I am, as we're walking, going to change, because both I have the cloak of many fashions, and I have the glamored studded leather.
Yeah.
I will change both of them from being what was before was kind of like a very like nobleman's outfit kind of thing, because we were supposed to be doing ribbon cutting. I will then turn them into something much more practical. So the cloak, instead of being this like red with a fur liner at the top kind of thing, now it becomes just like a black, black rugged, traveling cloak. And then the outfit, it's still, I still have it so it looks still like clothes, but is now much more of like an outgoing, like a spelunking, something more geared for going into a dungeon or cave rather than the fancy outfit it was before.
Yep. All right. So, and Andy, I sent you a message. Passive perception is very high. As you continue in the tunnel, I mean, it was a long tunnel before. They had carved out some large sections for eating and stuff like that, so I didn't have to leave, go completely out of the cave. There's a few tables set up with a few little pieces of artifacts here and there, but you don't see anything that a particular value, based on like and I'll say Zevin, based on the fact that you've been helping with the research, and Mahir as well, based on the quality of artifacts that were there the first day. it's remarkable that you don't see anything on these tables that's anywhere near the quality of that first round of cool stuff that they found.
See, the Warforged was like their foreman, effectively, right?
Yes.
I'm going to make a point at some point to go talk to them to suggest using a greater restoration may help their workers recuperate faster.
Are you trying to do that right now, or are you just like saying during?
During like the walk in.
So during the walk in, you have not seen Sinker. Sinker would probably be deeper in, dealing with the more likely to collapse sections, and you haven't seen Sinker yet.
Okay. So I guess that message will be passed along to someone to send a Sinker.
Yeah, easy enough. I mean, you had a few. There were several workers at the front. They were sort of clearing out for lunch, and you can definitely pass that message along to them. And you do have other people here who are capable of using greater restoration. Like, you aren't the only one in the entire town, so they can pass that along and definitely use that to help.
All right, and also with the sheer number of these rats, while they appear to be friendly now, I only have so many suites because of physical space, assuming that's relevant anymore. And getting swarmed by these things would get very bad very quickly. So I'm going to keep an eye out for anything that might suggest that they are following in a not friendly way and
Sure.
looking at us as the food rather than the providers of the food.
Yeah, as far as you can tell so far, I mean, of course, I'll keep obviously you're keeping an eye out, but so far, you've been treating them enough for the last couple of days that when they seem to be following your party. This cave might be like, Rin, you probably have not seen nearly this many of them.
Yeah.
Until you were like hanging out with Corbin, and now they're frickin' everywhere.
Like nearly stepping on
Corbin's been feeding the birds, and the birds are now following Corbin.
Thanks, buddy. Great. Also, Court redeemed a dance check. Thank you, Court. Dance check. We're not frozen.
We're not frozen. Not yet.
Not yet.
All right. Sorry, was there anything else? In the cave, the tables, like I said, don't have any remarkable artifacts. You haven't seen anything come out in the last couple of days that's been anything worth note, really, other than a few, again, pieces of, small pieces of mechanical things and like broken pieces that fused with rock. And there's a few pieces that are like really interesting in terms of like, oh wow, this stalactite formed around this brazier. This must have been here for ages. But like, that's not the kind of interesting you're looking for. But as you continue further in, you can hear you can definitely hear some noise. Excuse me. Wow. You can definitely hear some noises, and Rin, as Zevin had mentioned before, that pulsing sound, you're keeping an eye out for it. Now that you know to look for it, you do eventually notice it as well. Why don't all four of you just go ahead and make me a wisdom save?
Oh, cool.
Oh, good.
I'm just right off the bat gonna use an advantage.
You got a bunch of them.
Nat 20 for a total of 30.
Oh, you're good. You're the Rat King. You're fine.
26.
Even with advantage, 6.
17.
Samantha.
And I did use one of my advantages.
Oh, what was the total? Sorry.
17.
17? Okay. So everyone's good except Sam.
Yay!
I will send you a PM.
Oh, great.
And
I mean, I haven't rolled at all today, so like, why would I not roll shit? Okay.
all right. As you start to notice that sound again, Zevin, you look over at Rin, and they kind of like cock their head a little bit, and then Rin just starts walking away from the group and deeper into the cave.
Nope, snap out of it. She immediately trying to pull her back, get her to snap out of it however she can. Like, nope,
I walk
dumb
in
idea, but
I walk in front of her. I pull out an immovable rod and I flick it in front of her chest.
Rin, you hear them and see he puts this thing in front of you like it's in your way. You just sidestep it easily enough. Why are they stopping you?
Yeah, just like the determination that you know Rin to have in like battle.
What are your passive insights, the two of you? Or I guess all three of you. Everybody
Also
not
20.
Rin.
The
19.
Oh shoot, no, it's not. 1 second. My sheet is currently set up as if I have insight from my Whispers of the Dead. So I
Oh, good. You got 19 and 20 on Corbin and
Okay.
Devin, so that's good enough. The two of you easily, and probably Mahir as well. This isn't a hard check by any means, but Rin doesn't seem to be like noticing you at all. There's a glassy-eyed look as they just continue walking forward. Rin, you can go ahead and make another check if you want to.
Watch me fail it.
as they walk around it,
Much better.
Let's say
click
you have
off.
6 more advantages.
I click off the immovable rod and put it back on my belt.
It's a 16.
16. Okay, 16 does save, but for the first 6 to 10 seconds, Rin is just mindlessly wandering into the cave, and then suddenly, Rin, you just sort of snap out of it, and you get that sort of sense of like, I was doing something, but I don't remember what it must not have been that important.
That was strange.
What happened?
Good.
Where'd you go?
Does it seem like it like suddenly like if I turn around I'm suddenly like 10 to 20 paces for like almost like a blink? Like when you like fall asleep at the when you like doze at the wheel and all of a sudden you're at the place you're at and like
Yeah, kind of. It kind of feels like that. It's you feel like your feet just kind of were going somewhere and your brain just was off for a minute.
yeah, Rin just kind of I don't know. That was strange.
And you can still hear the noise.
It's that noise. That beating.
Is that getting louder as we go deeper into the cave?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
16.
16. As you strain your ears trying to like just sort of figure out like if it's getting louder, you're listening quietly, the group sort of watching Zevin for just a couple seconds as they sort of cock their head to the side and try to listen in. As you're all sitting there quietly, suddenly you hear this like as it sounds like one of these little creatures, these little rat-like creatures, is suddenly just in horrendous distress, and you see like there's just a skittering of rats along the ceiling in different directions away from one of the walls. It does sound like it's getting a little bit louder, probably deeper in the cave, yes.
Oh, I don't like this.
I'm going to take that cue and check for traps.
Vermin that scatter are trying to save their own lives.
I will similarly look to see if I can spot, like, was there another type of creature that is
Yeah,
suddenly...
sure. Go ahead and make, I guess, an investigation check looking for traps and stuff like that, and then a perception check looking for other creatures, tracks, and things like that.
Can I roll perception as well?
Yeah, go for it.
We'll use an advantage just for the hell of it.
So I'm sorry, just double check. So am I using perception or investigation to look for traps?
Investigation.
23.
Investigation. Okay.
21 for spotting other creatures on perception.
Okay.
11.
11. With investigation, with 11, it's a little bit low, but you don't get the sense you're still in like a natural-ish area. Obviously, it's been glazed over in a lot of places with these fine adamantium supports to hold up the cave structure, but it still seems like, other than the adamantium supports and arches that your people have put in here, the cave itself still seems fairly natural. As far as like traps or anything like that go, there doesn't seem to be anything trapped. There do seem to be a few loose things. You did, like, for example, one of the walls that you come past, you recognize it as the wall where Zerth'Arihn had pushed some rocks up against the wall, and you can see that there's like a bar of adamantium holding it up, but a push in one direction would probably still topple the thing over. Nothing like dangerous to life, just things that are like, we should probably fix that. And as far as the two high perceptions, looking for other creatures and evidence of things, Rin, you have the drift globe, correct?
Yes.
With a 23, you notice something very strange. What is the range on a drift globe? Like, how much light does it?
It's a light. It casts the light spell, so it's a 20-foot rate. 20-foot.
20-foot bright, 20-foot dim.
Yeah.
You, as you're like looking around, trying to like check for other creatures, and Corbin, you're also looking for other creatures. It occurs to you, Ren, you hadn't quite noticed because it's a dark cave. Light reflects off of things, but like looking at it now, your drift globes only seems to be casting about 10 and 10.
Kind of shake it a little, give it a little bit of a
Yeah.
tap.
Yeah, a little tap. Yeah. It seems
The
to be
battery's
working.
dying.
Some percussive maintenance.
Yeah, that's Rin.
And Corbin, looking around for like other creatures and things like that, but the two of you as well, you don't notice necessarily other like tracks. There's not like big claw marks from some crazy demon or anything, but it does appear that there is some residue around, not like the water and moisture that you'd expect, but a more almost slick, oily substance that seems to be oozing out of the walls in some places.
Seeing.
One last thing is you do find some like Corbin, especially as you're like digging around trying to find other creatures and these like oil slick area, you find the sort of for lack of a more colorful language, a shredded one of these rodent creatures. It appears to have been destroyed in some way, shape, or form. It is like partially melted. Given the way that they've spawned, and just for your characters, Zevin's benefit, and others who are and alchemists' tools proficiency, given the way that these things have been spawning, it's possible that this is indicative of their they dissolve or fall apart as well. Maybe this is just a part of their biology. It's unclear. But if it's not their biology, then it is something else, something you're not familiar with. Something possibly like acidic.
With those like oil slick areas, is it just like a general blob, or is there a more I guess directional shape to it, like a snail trail sort of thing?
With you got a 20 you said?
21.
21. With the 21, I'll say there is some directionality, but as you look a little closer to it, it's hard to trace it because as you get a little closer to it, investigate a little bit more, there actually appears to be a couple different types. There's like a dark. I don't imagine you're like sticking your finger in it and licking it or anything. But with your light over it, there's some that is like a dark green, almost black. Some of it is more of a lighter green, almost yellowish, but also like desaturated almost. And then there's other that you're like digging around. It sort of looks almost clear with like a little bit of yellowish tint to it. And based on the smell of that one, it's very acidic, almost like stomach acidy. So there's more than one substance either coming from the walls or that the rats are leaving behind or something else.
I'm gonna call my familiar, and he's a small little black viper that can basically curl up and sit in the palm of my hand. And I'm going to I'm gonna send him forward,
Sacrifice him.
telling him to, huh? I'm gonna send him
Sacrifice
forward,
him.
telling him to mind the trails of whatever this is and scout ahead just a little bit, not too far. And if he notices anything,
Sure.
come back immediately.
One thing I was going to do, seeing, I'm sorry, Sam, I do not remember your character's name.
Rin.
Rin.
Seeing Rin struggling with or messing with
Yeah.
their light source, I draw my short sword,
Mhm.
and I hold it aloft and I say Ifrit to activate it, and it ignites, and because its light source is 40 feet bright light, 40 feet dim light.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, as you ignite that, the light definitely seeps out more into the world. You can definitely it brightens the room quite a bit. Corbin, as you're researching, trying to dig into what is this that you're seeing, that extra light definitely helps quite a bit. I know you also have light, Corbin, so you were probably fine. But additional light helps you sort of trace other areas where there might be some directionality here, but you found a plop, and you were like, okay, it just seems like a puddle here. But then with the extra light, you look up and realize there's some trail on the ceiling as well. So maybe something went, or vice versa. But as here, as you're looking at the light and sort of spreading the light around, it's about 20 feet. 20 feet.
Something is suppressing our light sources.
I don't like this. If there's others deeper in, they might be having it.
You said you haven't seen the ones that
went in.
the unfamiliar faces from earlier.
No.
Zevin, as the light shines and scatters shadows across the room, you get the telepathic sort of connection to your Viper companion, a sort of a message that something weird, and you can kind of see it just shining just a little bit, only about 15, 20 feet away into the darkness. Now lit up, you can see its eyes reflecting.
I'm gonna call it back.
Okay.
And he's just gonna, when he gets back, he's just gonna slide back up into my sleeve.
Sure.
And stay hidden.
Yeah, but you get the communication that there's something weird over there. One of the creatures or something. It's weird.
I don't like this at all, but something's weird.
I'll move forward.
Yep. Right.
I will let the meat shield go first. And I'll hide just a little bit.
Do you point out the general direction that your familiar was referencing?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be cautious, I tell everyone, do not step on whatever that is. Referring to all the different trails of
goo.
Gross.
As you approach the area that the familiar had told you about, Corbin, you notice it first, being as attuned to these rodents as anyone can be. On the ground is a small mound almost of these rodents. There's probably 15 of them in this small little area. Many of them are dead, but a couple of them are just very weakly trying to drag themselves along the floor. Almost like they cannot hold their heads up all the way. They can't lift themselves off the ground all the way, but they are trying to get away.
Would I be able to tell if that is a similar effect as the fatigue that the other miners were feeling?
Do you get closer to investigate?
Close enough to, I guess, get a closer look at them, but not within touching distance.
Okay, so standing back a little bit, but all right. Okay. Passive perceptions again. Corbin had the highest, I think, right? 20?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
16.
16?
14 for me.
Okay, 14, 16, 17. Okay. Corbin, you would be the first to notice, potentially. Let me, actually, let's find out if Corbin notices. Corbin does not notice.
Oh.
Corbin, as you get a little bit closer to this, it's too late for you to warn Corbin, but the next person to notice would be Rin. Rin, the shadows that stretch from the light sources that you all have brought in here, again, as the light sources themselves are quite weak. They seem to be not traveling nearly as far as you would like them to. Oops, hold on, sorry. And as you're watching, as they sort of dance strangely, the flames off of Mahir's weapon and your stable drift globe and Corbin's stable light, shadows are near Corbin. This large combined pillar, stalactite, stalagmite. The shadow from it doesn't shift in the way that the other shadows are shifting. And before you can put that together, it sort of reaches out and around the pillar and slashes at Corbin. Corbin, you take 16, 20, and then I have to roll. 22 points of necrotic damage, and your strength is reduced by 7. No, 6. Sorry, math is hard. 6.
Ow.
Oh my god.
As this massive shadow sort of peels off the wall and these tendrils wrap around Corbin and try to pull him in.
I go to grab him. To just yank him out of the grapple.
Yeah, easy enough as you grab him and try to like yank him. There's whatever it is that has grabbed him is not like holding him very strongly. You pull him away very easily and the shadow just retreats. And then suddenly your light sources are much brighter.
I will pull my greatsword and the shield, keeping the shield kind of strapped for now. I'm not going to have it hover. Greatsword in the other hand. I'm going to look at everybody else kind of guarded. Keep moving. We have to find the others.
And I will say, for reference too, I didn't have you roll initiative or anything for that. I rolled a 20 for the stealth check.
Oh yeah.
And then crit on the attack. So
totally fair.
Okay, good that it's a crit. And you're like, yeah, no, I rolled pretty low on its damage.
Okay.
And...
Yeah, no, I crit the damage and the strength. Like I didn't double the strength drain, but I did roll an extra for that too. So
yeah.
Because of my adamantium armor, I actually don't take extra stuff from crits.
You don't.
It's just treated as normal.
Okay, so reduce the strength drain back. Give yourself 2 points of strength back then, and 6. You took 22. I don't remember the exact dice rolls on that, so we'll just say you take 11.
11? Oh, okay.
At that, yeah, I will draw my rapier in my main hand. And while technically it doesn't have any kind of mechanical thing, I will say Shiva and activate the ice around it, just because that's cool.
And I'll also whip out my staff as well. Just have that.
Good
have
call.
that ready to go.
You can hear as well, Zevin as the gets louder and a little bit faster now.
A little bit louder now.
A little bit louder now.
What are you guys doing?
Run towards the danger?
I think we've got to press on.
If there weren't people inside, I'd say fuck it, fireball. But there are people in here, and much I don't like people, prefer not to light them on fire too.
Yeah. Head inside.
Not good press.
Our loading screen as we move on to the next area of the dungeon is just one of the rats holding another as it has one strength and is just slowly not able to move. Yeah. Just a scene from like Titanic, except it's just like holding it on the edge of the rock. Don't let go!
Oh no!
And then it splits into 2 and runs off.
Shouldn't be as funny.
All right. So moving further into the caves, let's see here. Okay. Corbin, highest passive perception. I think actually everybody can hear this one. You do hear now more, as you're deeper into the cave, more of the sounds of the rats everywhere. And every once in a while you are hearing several more of those it's kind of just terrible sounds of these creatures being based on what you've seen now, probably slaughtered in some horrifying way in the walls.
Cool. Great.
And as the sounds get louder and more kind of common, it gets louder and more common the deeper you go, and you can now see in your light sources now just huddles of rats just trying to get into the light. So as you're like trying to move away and like, oh no, stop, they're like, no, stop.
No, I hate it.
You've been like running kind of through the cave thing as rats try to get into your light source, and you try to get away from the rats. And there's just so many of them now. At one point, there may have been like 5 or 10. There's probably 200-300 of them on the walls and ceiling around you, just trying to like stay in the light.
Oh my god.
After about 5 minutes walking through the cave, getting deeper in, you've got more of the advanced supports on the mine shaft as it continues down. You do see some more of this ooze, this ichor or whatever it is on the walls. And at one point, you watch as your light source sort of
Oh god.
for just a second, it comes down and then goes back to full power again. And this happens a couple more times as you go deeper into the caves. And you can hear, each of those times, you can hear just like as something runs off away from the darkness.
As we step further, I fight the urge to do something about these damn rats. As one of the people, as the one holding the brightest light source.
Yeah.
Yes, you do have quite the swarm around you.
I am fighting the urge to do something about these rats.
Yeah, and I don't think it's so much walking anymore. I think we're at least a brisk jog.
Okay, hurrying up now.
I mean, tell me if
I
everybody
was
can
going to
tell
say
me I'm
at
wrong,
best
but like
we're probably
not...
slightly kicking the rats.
Yeah.
Just by nature of us walking, we are
As
like,
they multiply, as they fly off of our shoes.
Yeah,
Great,
you
awesome.
just like run and it just like midair splits into two. But you make your way back to the ruins now. It's been the trip here has taken much longer than before because of the rats and the darkness, and you have not seen a single person since Dancing Steps left you early on in the cave. There's no sounds of mining coming from deeper in. There are other noises now that you're getting closer to the actual ruins. You can hear rattling metal almost, just like tools being dragged on things, not worked, but just moved. Some sounds of like just creaking metal things. It's a lot of metallic noises, but it's subdued almost, like the air is thick. As you get closer, actually, hold on, sorry, let me one more time. As you get a little closer to the actual ruins, the open room that the Zerth'Arihn had met you in before, where they had just started the excavation. So just as you're starting to enter the actual ruins, you can see, looking in, lights now are shining inside the ruin. It is quite bright. Lights are coming out towards you. You can see as they sort of pulse a little bit, sort of like flame does, but it is not the color of flame. It is sort of an unnatural sort of pulsing light. And on the ground in front of you, who's leading, by the way?
Probably me.
Probably me.
I assume I would be in the middle, having the main light source.
Mm-hmm. Rin, then, as you being at the front there, you probably see it first in piles of stone and rubble as well. There's a large, it looks like a pale stone, but as you get a little closer, you realize it looks like bone that somebody has set up against the wall. And it looks like, those the big shark mouth things displays. It almost looks kind of like that, and it's just sort of leaned up against one of the walls with some of the other artifacts that have been pulled out.
Okay, give me like a scale on this thing. Like,
it's not huge. It's not like gonna eat you in one bite size thing, but it's probably Bigger than a dog, maybe like lion-sized, almost like a lion-sized mouth. It's not. No, actually, sorry, math is hard. I'm trying to think of something to compare it to now. It fully extended, like top to bottom.
Yeah.
It's probably about 3 feet.
Okay.
It's quite large, and it is sharp pointed teeth, very shark-like, very sharp pointed teeth, several rows of teeth, and it's just sort of set up on display.
Big enough to be concerning about what
Absolutely,
used to probably
yeah.
live down here. Cool. Great. Love it.
And it's just like leaned up against the wall as you walk forward.
Yeah, Rin step forward and just keeping an eye, kind of scanning the entire area, see if, like, this is probably the first bit of, like, acknowledgement of anybody being down here that we've seen so far, like, coming down, like, any sort of, like, progress. I'm gonna just kind of take a look and see if there's anybody that maybe had been starting to excavate this thing, or, like, like, actually start cataloging it if there's anyone nearby. Because this was not here, like, we haven't gone this far in, so this is new.
Yeah, so you would have been here before. It wasn't nearly as excavated as it is now.
But this
yeah,
piece
so
is new.
This piece is definitely new.
Yeah.
You don't see anybody here. You do hear some voices in. They're pretty quiet, almost just imperceptible, really. They're not like having a discussion, but maybe just like somebody
just
talking, very quietly. Oh, go ahead.
Just looking around the room and seeing like the jaw and thing, and just the sheer volume of rats, I will point out that the jaw seems to be reacting to the presence of the rats. I can't really describe it better than that, as something is not right about that. And as I got slightly wrecked earlier by a shadow, I don't want to take that chance.
You mean reacting?
Slight movement. It might just be a trick of the light, but it...
Could I have the chalk back, please?
I give you the chalk back without a word. Just take it out. Just hand it.
I immediately go over to Skeleton.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
And I draw a triangle on the ground, encompassing it.
Does a 21 hit?
Oh, my God.
Yes, 21 does hit.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Boogie.
As you move in to draw this triangle, you reach down with the chalk and start to draw, and the jaw lunges forward and snaps over Mahir.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. This jaw grabs you, Mahir, and tries to like throw you on the ground, but you're able to get it off of you before it pulls you to the ground. But now you all watch as it snaps on Mahir. You take it's D8, not D6. Hold on. 3, 6, 12 points of piercing damage as the jaw grabs you, and then as it tries to grab you again and you pull back, you're all watching now as just this disembodied jaw.
Oh my God.
I'm just imagining the little like fake vampire teeth though, and not like a big old scary jaw.
It's like that, except 3.5 feet tall.
Awesome.
It's a chain chomp.
It is a chain chomp.
It's a terrifying
Only
chain
minus the chain and bone and...
Yeah, I'm gonna... and it's just like pursuing.
Yes,
it
it's
doesn't
just
like try and bite and stop.
After Mahir now.
Oh my God, yeah, I run up and I try to hit it.
Go for it.
Fucking Jesus. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna use one of our advantages.
Seems fair.
Oh, it's probably a good thing. 21.
21 definitely hits.
Yeah. Oh, just for the record, I used one of my advantages on that saving throw.
Oh, okay.
17 points of damage.
17. All right. Yeah. Wow, did I really not grab? I didn't grab a pencil. All right, notepad. Quick.
As soon as she steps back, I want to chuck a chromatic orb at this thing. because I am not. Nope, not today. And it's going to be acid.
Acid. All right.
That's going to be 27 to hit.
27 definitely hits.
Well, not that great, but 20 points of acid damage.
20 points. As the acid splashes over it, the bones, you know what acid etching on bone looks like. And you watch as the acid sloughs off the bone, and it does appear to leave some of that etching you expect, but it is much less effective than you had hoped. I will say, though, that the shape of the mouth, you had proficiency in Arcana, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Arcana check is going to be 25. I can add. Math is hard, like you said.
25. The shape of the jaw and the teeth and like the actual configuration of the separation of joints does not look natural. It definitely appears to be something either constructed or created or possibly from a realm that is not here. You would expect to see, like, the way the teeth are shaped as you get closer and the acid hits them and you can see it splash, it reveals underneath the bone colors that don't match up with like normal tissue, normal bone. It instead, as it leaks marrow out of one of the places where you've etched it with this acid, the marrow is black and green.
Kind of like the acid, or kind of like the stuff we saw earlier walking into the
A
cave?
little bit similar, yeah.
Great.
Similar, but not identical.
Yes. But it continues chomping in Mahir's direction as it gets slammed with a great sword and splashed with acid, and suddenly it veers off and starts just rattling off into the cave very rapidly.
Just the jaw. To make that clear, it's just the jaw.
Do you, Mahir, you definitely have an opportunity attack if you want it. Corbin, if you want to do something to it as it escapes into the darkness, it is fleeing.
I will, cause it goddamn bit me.
Hey.
That it did.
I know we're kind of narratively, but like, am I near it with an ally that sneak attack?
Yeah, I'd have
Gwyn
confidence.
come up and smacked it with a great sword, so yeah, you
Okay.
can get sneak attack.
Okay. I know it's a little weird of like applying combat things in a narrative.
No, you're good.
I could crit. That works too.
What?
Oh, all right. Is your weapon's obviously magical, so that's good. Yeah, you're probably gonna destroy it. We'll see.
So let's. Okay, so that is 10. And 19. And then let me roll my sneak attack. And you know what? I'm angry. So I am going to. Well. Yeah, no, fuck. I'm angry. I am going to spend. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Sorry, the action I want to do, it's under other because it doesn't take up an action, which is
extra damage stuff.
Is weird. Yeah. So I spend a bardic inspiration.
Oh, got it.
Add 5.
Forgot you can add
more
that too.
d6.
Are you doing math currently?
Yeah, so currently the weapon damage was 19 for the crit.
Great.
And now I'm rolling the extra stuff.
Awesome.
I know the sneak attack doubles, but because it is something where I add it after the fact, I don't know if the psychic thingy doubles or not.
Sure, it does.
It does. Okay.
It's a lot. So, is it going to be more than it? How many d6s are you about to roll?
If both things double, I'm about to roll 14 of them.
right,
Holy
you're done.
Jesus!
If you
Like,
roll
don't
one
worry
of all of those, it's still dead.
Okay.
So as it like away, you slash at it with your flaming short sword. I think is what you were using.
No, the frost.
Oh, the
rapier.
frost. So the frost rapier. Yeah. So you stab at it and manage to pierce it and like right through the middle of the jaw and even like pick it up off the ground for a second before it collapses to the floor. As it hits the ground, it breaks into a few pieces due to the frozen nature of it and lays still.
I know what to say. There was probably like a sheaf of purple energy because of the psychic blades.
Oh yes, the shadow or psychic blades. Yep.
Yeah, which is College of Whispers. So that was part of the damage, and also why the damage was bonkers.
Yeah, and rats scurry everywhere. As it starts like chomping, there's just an exodus of rats.
If I had lost my nerve, I was going to use, because I have the cantrip Withering Aura.
Oh no!
Which hits every single creature in a 5-foot radius of me.
That's so weird. XP farming.
And I'm just like, I must stay strong. Must stay strong.
Constitution saving throw.
Now, as you're closer to the ruins, as you stab this mobile jaw thing, as you do that, and it clatters and it makes a loud noise that echoes, you hear you can see the light coming out of the room in front of you, kind of splaying into the cave where you're at. You hear a familiar voice inside. Hello, is someone there? The familiar voice of Zerth'Arihn.
Zerth'Arihn. Yeah, I will run towards it.
All right. Hold on, I don't think you have characters here yet, but I will throw characters down.
No tokens. There we go.
I have no vision.
Ooh.
Ah, there I am.
Hold on.
Blind.
Anyone else to see?
For Ian, how injured are you?
Not. I mean, not terribly, because like, if I were to quantify my life force into numbers, I'm at 83 out of 95.
Okay.
So it's not. I mean, yeah, it was a lot for a single hit that succeeded, but yeah, I think I'm okay. I am not.
All right.
I am not in dire straits just yet.
Just gonna.
Okay, save your shit.
Just gonna throw.
I hate it.
I don't know if there's a way. I'm not familiar with Foundry. I don't know if Foundry has like the X you can put over something like.
Yeah, if you if you do right click and then there's a status, you can do a skull for it to be dead.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, I had to zoom in more. There you go. Dead. So as you are you running in, Rin? You said.
Yeah, I'm running towards the
I don't know.
voice.
Your token is wrong here, and I don't know why.
I noticed that. I was just like, oh, okay.
And we just got another donation.
Woo!
From Rhodes. I have to find it because I'm sure it says something fun. Let's see.
Oh, that's why. I used a placeholder before and it didn't switch it.
Well, you're muted, by the way.
Boom. I like how my Hero Forge thing turned out.
There you go. All right. Now everybody's tokens look great. And you right? You have one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do have. There should be one for the straight down.
Red says just throwing more fuel on the fire to make the last hour interesting for $55, which translates to
More layer actions.
more layer action, another layer action, and everybody else we get another 3 advantages.
You have advantage on everything.
Yeah.
All right. So coming into the ruins here, Rin, are you just running headlong in?
Yep, in true barbarian fashion, just vaulting over the
Oh.
jaws and
No, I want.
running in. Do you want me to move my token?
No, sorry. I was trying to move the map and it kept moving my token. And I was like, no, I don't want to move. I want to move the world.
So you running past the jaws, Rin, they twitch a little bit and lay flat.
Yep.
But as you run into the room, you can see the mechanisms on all sides that seem to be sparking with some sort of energy. It seems to be some sort of electrical energy that, in the picture you're seeing here, of course, it looks constant, but it's more of like a just every once in a while some spark of energy. In the middle of the room, you see Zerth'Arihn near some of the major mechanisms, sort of walking back towards you, actually coming across this platform in the center and walking back towards you. He approaches you, and at your first instinct, this is Zerth'Arihn, he's sort of walking towards you and taking in the environment. There's definitely something weird going on, but based on your vision of your token that I'm seeing in the stream there, your passive perception said it was 16, right?
Yep.
Okay. Easy enough then, as you sort of like just take a quick glance to either side to sort of assess the threats. There are people in these cages in the back corners of each of these little hallways that shoot off from the side of the room. Okay. And you can hear the sound of other cages as people groan a little bit and move within these cages. To the left, you look over and you can see what looks to be a halfling cleric, based on the armor and the holy symbol that they carry, and on the right appears to be a Githzerai in robes.
Does specifically both of them, do either of them look familiar from the faces I was seeing previously?
They do. These appear to be a couple of the people that you saw earlier, the unfamiliar faces that had wandered in and had not come back out. They now appear to be in cages here within the ruin.
Okay. Can I roll like an insight check on our friend?
Absolutely.
This is weird. I don't like. The instinct is to protect and like be there, but it's the whole like.
Oh yeah, no, there's some sketchy bullshit going on. That's fair.
Yep, the warning bells are happening, and I don't like it. 14 insight.
14 insight. It's with 14 insight. The Zerth'Arihn looks tired. You can see, between your insight and perception, you can see as you look over and like he's hunched over a bit and sort of rubbing his back. The hunch is more pronounced now than it was before, even as he rubs this hunch on his back that wasn't really there even just a couple of days ago. Like the weight of something is really bearing down on him. Corbin, I guess all of you notice that the Anarch has this noticeable hunch to their back, and that they keep reaching back to sort of rub it and try and stretch their shoulders as they move towards you. They look tired, but Corbin, you're getting a message. That's what's happening.
Step into the room a little bit just to see what is being seen.
Oop, hold on, I'm just going to copy what I had from my notes directly because there you go. Enjoy that nightmare fuel.
No.
So, just kidding. As the rest of you start to walk into the room, you also can see very clearly these mechanisms. There's things being very lit up. There's electricity arcing between several pillars in this room that have been uncovered. The amount of work that's been done is utterly remarkable. It is completely counter to what you'd expect in just a couple of days, based on the excavation you have been doing, Rin. Even like this has come much, much further than anything you would expect it in just a few days. And you can all hear now as the cages from the cages that you hear a few voices like, wait, is it help, 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 hey, where, help? And then you hear somebody just like sort of smack bars, and you can see farther back, you can probably see that a couple of cages, there are a couple of the workers, the Gith miners that were helping out here. There's a few of them standing around some of the cages. Not all the cages, but at several of them, there is a Gith there.
Okay.
And Andy, did you get the message? Just checking.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So, and as you're asking this, the Zerth'Arihn walks forward and sort of just like massages this hump on their back as they sort of like stretch their neck out as they approach you. They appear to be wearing that crown, Mahir, that you saw earlier that they had been fiddling with. They appear to be wearing it now, and there is a bluish sort of gemstone mounted in it that is glowing slightly as they walk around it. It appears to be casting just enough light to sort of see around them and flickers sort of like a flame.
I will step forward one more. Like the alarm bell's still kind of going off. Anarch, what is this? It's too dangerous down here.
Oh no, not at all. These, and you can see as he sort of reaches for something but doesn't find it. Looks around for a minute, realizes he's stepped away from the table. He's like, this mechanism, it's quite fascinating. It's very. He sort of hunches over and holds a hand to his head like he's got a migraine that they're fighting. And it's incredible. The mechanism here, it required more pieces that had been lost, but we found those. But here, and he starts to walk back towards the top of the room. I guess top from your viewpoint here, across this main dais in the center of the room. And as he does so, he motions towards the back wall, and he keeps. Nobody's like stopping him or anything. I assume he's not walking super fast. He's just walking back here and like pointing at a mechanism on the wall. As he does so, he's like, "Here, you must see. It's fascinating, truly. The things." And he pulls a lever on the wall, and you watch as a portcullis sort of thing on the wall opens up, and there's this strange, almost like reptile skin behind the metal door. And as he points at it, he's like, it's fascinating. Look here, you just that. And he pulls it, and it opens this door, and this reptilian skin sort of shifts a little bit, and then opens until there is just a giant eye in the back of the room staring down at all of you.
No, bad news. Nope.
And as I said before, I didn't say it here in the game since here. I'm going to go a little loose with initiative. I know we've only got about an hour left here. So I'm going to assume everybody gets a turn. If there's anything you want to do now, before any more sketchy bullshit starts, we can do roll initiative to make sure everybody gets their turn in combat. But otherwise, I'm going to try and move it pretty quick and loose to make sure all of the combat stuff is happening smoothly.
Okay. Well,
Right.
really?
I guess before doing anything action-wise, I will whisper loud enough that the group would hear it, but presumably the Exarch,
Anarch.
Anarch, that he probably wouldn't be able to hear, saying
Mhm.
something's very clearly wrong. The hunch on his back does not appear to be a part of him.
Get to the Anarch.
Get to the Anarch. As you say this and Rin say, get to the Anarch, he pulls the lever and the eye opens on the wall. And as it does, your drift globe falls to the ground. Your sword no longer is on fire. Corbin, your light fails. And Zevin, you can feel the weave leave you.
Yeah. Cool.
Great.
Can I roll
Awesome.
a something check? I don't know what to identify this thing. I know what it is.
I was thinking
I don't know
Arcana
if at this
check.
level, being a Gith and knowing like natural enemies.
Yeah. I think as natural enemies, I'd say you could roll history maybe.
Okay.
Evan, you could roll Arcana with advantage. You've been doing research on the stuff that they were looking into and have some knowledge of magical bullshit anyways. So feel free to roll an Arcana check with advantage.
27.
27.
12.
27, you have definitely studied the effects of anti-magic before, and what appears to have happened is when that eye opened, it created a field of anti-magic. You can't quite tell the range of it, but it certainly is covering your whole party, everybody here. You also know an interesting point, given the society that you live in, that Gith psionics will still work in an anti-magic field.
Yeah.
I do a history check, considering our party is kind of known for dealing with things that bump in the night.
Sure.
As far as like anything else about the eye, like if it's a creature or if it's just spooky business.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Spooky business.
That's
I like it.
a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? I mean, you guys have probably encountered forces from the Far Realms before. Being part of the Gith Zerth'Arihn, you've almost certainly fought Illithid, and they are known to be, if not necessarily part of the Far Realm, very tightly coupled to the Far Realm and these dark aberrant forces. You would be familiar with aberrant creatures such as oozes and strange abominations, beholders, and other weird things that come from beyond the veil of sanity. And several of those have anti-magic properties.
Sweet. Great.
So as the Anarch flips the switch and the eye opens, snuffing all of your magic from where you're standing, he gazes up at the eye again, and Corbin, you watch as the hunch doesn't disappear, but as they crane their neck to look up, you can see as it coils and moves again. And then I'm going to get an initiative tracker up. If everybody wants to roll initiative real quick, I'll at least get it on the board. I'm going to be a little bit loose just to try and move things along, but I want to make sure I don't forget anybody.
That's a 10.
And as well.
How do I...
17.
Go, meat shield.
I don't know how to add on Foundry.
What do you need?
I was trying to get the encounter... trying to get the initiative
If
on
you
here.
click and drag over whoever's going to be in initiative,
Mhm.
and then right click, there should be a little like sword, cross swords,
Oh, there it is. Okay, great.
and then
Perfect.
that'll add it to, and then you can add everybody.
Yeah. Great.
And then if you right click, since we're all rolling by hand, if you right click and update initiative count, I think it's called like update. Yeah, it's update initiative count or something like that.
Yep. Cool. I can do that.
And we'll keep that on the screen.
Can I? Oh, remove combatant. Great. I accidentally clicked one I didn't mean to. All right. Yeah. With that, then Zevin, you said 10.
Yep.
Well, let me just edit this. I'll figure this out. You tell me what you. What are your? There we go. What are your initiative values? I figured out how to do it now.
17.
10 for me as well.
What was it, Corbin?
10.
10. All right. And Mihir?
And you might be muted.
Oh, did we lose?
I am muted. That 12.
12. Okay.
Despite my best efforts.
All right. And I will just have those roll.
Yes, that is a 12, and I have a +7 to
Buddy.
initiative.
Didn't want to roll advantage on that one?
I did.
Oh no!
I did, and that was the best roll.
Nice.
All right. Well, in that case, then we'll start at the top of the initiative. At initiative 20. Where's my combat reminders notes? Gross. Love it. Who wants to roll a d10?
I don't know. Do I want to roll a d10?
It won't. Either I roll it and the same thing happens, or you roll it and you get to just be
fine. 7.
7. All right, and I rolled a 1, which means Rin, which means. Oh god, how do I not have?
Oh, I know what you're rolling.
Hold on.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layer actions banked, Dustin.
Excellent. Use them. Sorry, the one thing I didn't have open is the one thing I'm trying to find now. 7. Rin, I need you to make a DC Wisdom save.
Oh, I'm really good at those. Wisdom save with advantage, because why the fuck not? Oh, 19.
19. Okay.
Yeah.
Mahir, from where you're at on the map right now, as Rin runs in to try and get to the Anarch, and Corbin's like, hey, there's some weird fucked up shit going on right now. You notice out of the corner of your eye as there's some shifting movement on like the wall, and you look over just in time to see an eye open up in the wall and shoot this beam of green energy at Rin. Rin gets hit in the back and sort of stumbles, but keeps moving.
The whole room. Oh god.
After that, that was initiative 20. So Rin, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to. Yep, I'm gonna do it because it's fun. I'm gonna cast jump on myself with my Githyanki Psionics.
Excellent.
That's my action, and then that makes my jump distance 60 feet in a lateral jump. And I'm gonna jump if you'll allow it, unless I need to make some sort of saves through the wonky electricity. Ren is just going to straight up jump across this distance right next to the Anarch and the eyeball.
You leap across the distance. You can feel as you land, given how high up on the wall that strange eyeball is, you can feel as you land as the magic in your sword sort of reactivates as you sort of hide from the vision of the eye.
Brilliant.
And the Anarch sort of stumbles and turns to you. Oh, what?
I will bonus action. Yeah, fuck it, bonus action. So jump was my action.
Mhm.
Jumping was my movement, I
Yes.
assume. So bonus action, I'm gonna rage.
Okay. Just stand next to the Anarch and yell.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, what the fuck is happening? Don't like it.
What in the fuck is your problem?
Yeah, pretty much. That's my turn.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 19. Okay. Somebody roll me a d20.
I already did it.
14.
14?
14.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. We will right click. Boom. Boom. Sweet. All right.
Like that.
Then it's going to use this. Oh, yes. Let's see. 5. Nope. We haven't gotten that yet. All right, cool. That's it. Zerth'Arihn turns to you, Ren. What's the meaning of this? Don't damage the machinery. This is important research. And Rin, as close as you are now, you watch as like what Corbin said. You sort of like hint in as the Anarch sort of moves his head to the side to stretch his neck. You can see under the clothes as something just sort of comes out, and a large eye seems to be peering at you from behind his back.
Oh god. Okay.
Mahir, you're up.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Just to check, was it to like my right is where I saw that eye, and is it still there?
It does not appear to still be there. It was to your right. It sort of like appeared in the wall, like the stone turned to flesh, and then an eye opened and shot this ray, and then it fell back into stone.
Okay.
And if you need a minute, I can always check and see what other folks are doing.
No, so what I can do then? All right. I am going to activate my tabaxi speed,
Mm-hmm.
which doubles my movement.
Yep.
So I move 60 feet around. So for just my movement, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then as a bonus action, I am going to dash. So I get 60 more feet of movement. So I make it all the way to here.
Yep. All right. As you make it there, Mahir, you watch as the Anarch turns to Rin, and as he has that, what he said before is, "Don't damage the machinery," and like you can see as that like warping happens on his back as the clothes writhe from something moving underneath, and as he does so, he pulls the lever and just breaks the lever off.
Okay. And is the eye high enough that it can't not be reached?
Oh,
or
wait. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, reading my notes. He does not break the lever off. He pulls on it very hard, though, and you can see it like creak, but he does not break the lever.
So the eye, is that within like a melee range to hit, or is it too far up?
It's about 10 feet in the air. So like you could jump up and probably stab at it.
Okay.
And I'd say, like, on the way there, if that was your plan, you could, like, leap off the dais and make it there with the existing movement you used.
Okay. Yes, I want to do that so I can stabs the eye.
Go for it.
And let me roll. I'm gonna use one of my advantages because I have them.
Nice.
Oh, so close. Does a 28 hit?
28 definitely hits, yeah.
Okay, so close as in I rolled an 18. Like,
Oh.
I was
so I
waiting
was
for you to
just
say,
like, oh,
no,
I
it
was like,
doesn't.
damn.
It's like, oh, shit.
yep, tap the die. All right, good run, boys. Like,
We try, guys.
okay, so once again, same versus the first. I am going to also. So I hit it for 8.
Oh, man.
Okay, so the weapon is 8 damage. And then let me do the math. I'm going to use a Bardic Inspiration to do Psychic Blades. Roll.
All right, Zevin, you're up next, and then Corbin, you two can you got the same initiative, so you can sort of switch out as
And then 33 damage
33 damage. All right.
for the rest of it. And
Oh,
then
plus, I'm sorry, what was the first number?
8
8. Okay.
was the weapon damage, and then 33 is the psychic and sneak attack.
Got it.
And then I'm going to use a special thing, which is immediately after I deal sneak attack damage on a creature, I can turn to a second creature within 30 feet of the first, point at it, and then wail from the grave and deal 1d6 necrotic damage.
Okay.
So I am going to do that. Idea being trying to, like, I know I can't really aim it, but like trying to shoot the whatever shenanigans is under the guy's robes. But yeah, I make him take 1d6, which is going to be,
Are you targeting the Anarch, or?
yes, the Anarch.
Okay. Do they have to make a save, or does that just happen?
Just happens, but it's only 1d6, so he
Right.
takes 4 necrotic damage.
All right.
If we were level 17, the first creature would also take this damage.
All right. And all right, so you did 1, and 8 damage, you said, to the Anarch?
4.
4, sorry. All right, sounds good. After your turn, Corbin and Zevin, as your party runs in directly towards the Anarch, Corbin being particularly attuned to the sounds of squeaking rats, you hear behind you a commotion as several squeaking rats flee into the distance, and you can hear very clearly with your 20 perception the sound of something wet and slimy sort of scraping along the rocks.
Oh no.
Well, unfortunately, my magic is no good right now. But I can
No, the eye's
click my
closed, I
heels.
think.
Is it closed now?
It is not closed,
Oh, I thought it was
but
closed.
No, it's because we are out of, like, we are
Oh,
below
we're
it.
below it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
You're below it.
So that's why our magic returned.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to click my heels together and activate my lovely boots here.
your boots
My
will not
boots of
activate
speed.
until you get out of the zone, unfortunately.
Oh, fuck.
You can definitely try to find the edge of the zone. There is a border here.
Yeah.
You can't see it yet and haven't quite figured it out, but
Damn it. All right, I'm just going to double move then. Because I can't really do anything else. So I'm just going to double move and I would get to here. If it will let me.
And as you're moving through the room, Zevin, you can also see people in cages all around the room. As you run past, you can see a Loxodon and a Leonin and a couple of halflings, and there's a Minotaur in one area and a large hippo person just in cages all around the room. They are all shouting at you, or the ones who are conscious at this point are shouting at you to let them out. And being that you are more familiar with arcane stuff, you would notice as well that these metal cages appear to be wired into or like attached to things that run into the wall.
Feeling.
All right, so I get to about here and I can't do anything. So I'm just gonna yell at Rin, pull that lever, close this thing, and get whatever's on his back. That's all I can do for now.
All right. Corbin.
All right. Mentioned that as we were coming in, one of these cages had a cleric, the other one had someone else.
Yeah, they're in each of the cages. There's a different person. You tell me who you're looking for, and I can tell you where they're at. There's a couple of halflings. One of them appears to be a cleric. Two halflings that appear to be clerics based on their attire. An elf, a minotaur, a loxodon. There's also a Githzerai and a Leonin and a Gif.
Assuming one of the clerics is in these first two cages.
Yeah, in the leftmost cage over, I think the ping works. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to move your token just so I can show you. But like over here, there's one of the halfling clerics.
All right.
Move your token back.
So I will move off that way with a double move because I am nice and slow.
Okay.
I think that's about where I started. 2, 5.
Standing in front of the cage is one of the Gith excavation workers, and as you approach, you see as a strange like mass on his back writhes, and a single large eye, almost as big as his head, leans over and stares at you.
Given that I'm kind of far away from the main eye, do I feel any difference on the like anti-magic zone, or is it still present?
You are just now you have stepped out of the zone. So like right as you approach and see the eye uncoil from his back and sort of Looney Tunes stop, you can feel all of your magic return.
All right. Don't have any more actions, but I will call out to the cleric in the cage. Hold on, friend. I will try to get you out.
He sort of gives you a weak thumbs up. You can see he appears to be quite weakened and exhausted, but you can see he appears to be tracing runes of some kind inside the cage, like he's ritual casting some sort of magic or trying to. If you I guess roll a wisdom check and I'll let you know if you recognize what he's scrolling there.
That'll be a 15.
15? The 15, it looks like he's trying to cast a prayer of healing. He's been preparing it for a while now, but the magic seems to be suppressed, or he's exhausted. He's trying, but he can't seem to, or he's either can't seem to finish it, or he's like about to finish it. You're not sure which at this point.
Gotcha.
But the Gith with the strange tentacle eye on its back sort of moves to block your path. Moving to the next bit, Zevin, as you run past the other contraptions, the moving things, that you were hearing gets much louder as you pass and turn to look as you run past this large tank. And it's made entirely of copper, but at a certain angle, you can actually kind of see through it. and you can see inside there appears to be this large, fleshy mass that's just sort of. It's not shaped like a heart by any means, but it does beat sort of like one.
You're muted,
Oh,
Dan.
go ahead.
Yep, yes I am.
There you go.
So is that to the right here, or is that the thing in the center? I assume
Oh,
it's...
let me do this.
Hey.
Gotcha.
And as
Got it.
well, from the area that you've just come from, probably when you might be able to see it from back there, or Mahir, you guys might be able to see this. Passive perception higher than 15, I'd say you see it. A green and yellow mass of ooze just sort of slides off the ceiling and flops down onto the floor where you've just come from,
Cool.
landing on the broken bits of jaw and sort of absorbing those pieces. As it does so, it starts to move again, and you can see inside this mass of acidic bile are also teeth now as it gnashes towards you.
Right.
Gross.
Cool. Grand.
And that's that. All right. Rin, you're back up.
Okay. What kind of lair actions do we have available to us?
Layer actions here are mostly for freeing prisoners.
Okay.
You can figure out ways to open those, or you can use them to, if there's something going on. Like here, I'd say you're close enough to the lever. If you wanted to reach over and try to pull the lever, you could use the layer action for that.
You guys cool if I use a lair action to try and do that?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, we have several.
Yeah.
How dare.
How dare. Yeah, let's burn one of those to do that before I
All
take
right.
my turn.
The iris closes again, shutting off the view of this giant eye. And
Brilliant.
Zevin, you can feel as your magic returns.
You know you've been playing too much magic when my immediate thought when you're like before my turn, so I'm like,
Before
okay,
my
so
turn.
on the slime's end step.
Clean up step.
In response.
It responds. Okay. I'm going to bonus action animate my shield.
Great.
So that is now up and flying. God. Okay. I don't want to. What are you doing? Put that away.
What?
Put that thing back where it came from, or
Oh,
so help me.
For your shield. I was just using
Oh, thank you. Okay. As long as it's the shield, I saw a thing.
I have a shield token.
That's perfect. That's why.
Got it.
Put that thing back.
Help me.
I would like to, despite raging, I would like to try and reach over to the Anarch and grab this slurpy eye stalk thing
Mm-hmm.
and just try and like wrench it off
Sure.
of them.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay, cool. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 11 plus 10, 21.
21. Great.
21.
Roll a d10.
Oh god. Let me guess, it's gonna zap me. 1.
1. All right. We haven't seen that one yet. Great. We'll just
Cool.
throw that one in.
Great. Awesome.
You are holding in your hand this adorable little guy.
Oh,
Just a little guy.
no.
Just a little guy. Nothing to worry
Just
about
a
here.
little guy.
Just
Nothing to worry about here. You have a writhing eye stalk in your hand now.
Can I throw it to the ground and stomp on it?
You certainly try. Yes.
Okay.
Because you get 2 attacks, I think, right?
Yeah,
Or
if
3?
I get 2. If you want to, I will acquiesce if you wanted me to, like, the grabbing of it is one of them. I'll take the other one as the stomp.
That's kind of I was treating that as a grapple check.
Do you want unarmed? Well, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm just gonna take a greatsword to it. It's all the same
do it.
bonus anyway. So, all right. There. 22.
22 definitely hits.
Cool. 6, 14, 17 points of damage.
17 points damage. All right.
If it's still
Still
alive,
writhing, and yes, it does appear to be alive.
okay, all of my ancestral guardians like claw out from the ground, and you just see this ring of Githyanki, spectral Githyanki, just surround this eye stalk and look down on it like, oh, you done fucked up.
All right.
That's my turn.
That's your turn. All right. End of your turn. A 2. What is a 2? We haven't revealed 2 yet. Who's got 2? You've got 2. Why not? So we're gonna. Which one are you? Hold on. 2. There it is. All right. 2 is gonna be over here, and then we will reveal it, and then it's gonna blast somebody. Who can it reach? Rin, you're the closest one. Yeah. So Rin, go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Just gonna burn through all my. Oh, that's it with advantage anyway. All right.
Yes, you were raging, so I guess you do have advantage on it.
2 nat 20s.
2 nat 20s. All right. You get blasted with a beam of orange energy, and you can feel as your feet start to lift off the ground, and you just like rage slam yourself back into the ground, and you see behind you one of the Gith workers as one of these eye stalks comes over the edge of his shoulder and blasts you with the beam of energy. That's the end of that legendary action. Main Eye is now trapped. All right, eye stalk 1. Oh, that's the one that you attacked. All right, so it's gonna. It is. So it's gonna try and attack back because why not? Actually, no, you know what? Actually, hold on. Yep. It is going to disengage and move.
What? That's illegal.
That's illegal. I believe the guardians still follow.
I don't know how the Ancestral Guardians work, so you'll have to correct me on that one.
It doesn't say. It just says that the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn. Wait, no, where to go? Yeah, when you're raging, the first creature you attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinders its attacks. It doesn't say anything about like disengaging or anything. They just like harass it.
It runs over to this, or it slithers over like some sort of weird serpent, climbs up the side of the tank over here and jumps in.
That's not good.
That's the end of its turn. Zerth is going to go. Zerth, what are you doing? And tries to open the lever again.
Gonna have a bad time, man.
Yep. All right. So the anti-magic cone reactivates.
Shit. Sorry, I tried.
But that is his full action. So, and I will say, Zevin, you're close enough now, especially to see all this. You can sort of see where magical effects start and stop working. If you were to come over, 10 feet over to the side here, you'd probably be out of the range or very close to out of the range of that magical effect or anti-magical effect. So you're very close to the edge of it at this point, but you do feel as it hits you again. Wow, why can't I think of your name again? Ian.
Here? Yep.
I'm here.
I am checking something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess for one, before I do this thing, what is this? What do I see?
This is a Gith. It's one of the excavators who was working before, except now he's got a weird tentacle eye on his back. And Corbin, you recognize this as one of the workers who was feeling sick. And it has now seems to be feeling better. one of the ones that you didn't get to with Greater Restoration.
It would be so much easier if they didn't have names or faces.
Or tentacle eyeballs.
Just don't look
Okay.
at them. It's fine.
I suppose I won't murder him. I will instead... Let's do here.
Oh, I should have.
Yeah, like a glove.
Two.
So it doesn't touch him. But it hits these two. I'm going to cast, mostly because I've never seen this spell before and I want to use it, Synaptic Static.
Right on.
It basically is a psychic fireball. Everyone in that radius needs to make a intelligence saving throw.
Oh, we're so good at those.
Because it might matter. If they have an intelligence of 2 or lower, they cannot be affected by this spell.
They do not have quite that low of intelligence.
Okay.
One of the eye stalk saves, but the not heart fails.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll damage. The eye stalk, the success is going to take only half. The other thing is going to take full, and there's an extra thing which I will read once I deal this damage because it is 8d6 psychic damage.
All right. Well, you add up all of those numbers. I'm just going to do the legendary action here. Rin, another strength save, please.
That's me. I'm Rin.
Okay.
Oh, you got all the damage added up?
So the thing in the container takes 27.
Okay.
And then the eye stalk takes half. And then as an additional for the one that failed, the target has muddled thoughts for 1 minute.
Nice.
During that time, it rolls a d6 and subtracts that number from all attack rolls and ability checks, as well as Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration if it was a spellcaster.
Sure.
The target can attempt the intelligence saving throw at the end of each of its turns to end the effect.
Rad. Cool. All right. And what was your saving throw, Rin?
Nat 20.
Nat 20? Okay. Again, an orange ray of energy hits you and tries to lift you off your feet, but you resist.
Stop it!
All right.
Ooh.
I will remove
I
my
don't want
radius
to
now.
fly.
All right. Zevin.
Get him. You're muted.
Okay, so
Oh, there you go.
Use the earth.
if I were to use Cone of Cold, it's a 60-foot radius, I can basically target like half this, or I can target. Basically, I'm trying to target the lovely copper thing.
Okay.
And trying
who's
to
that?
freeze it.
Okay.
And whatever's inside of it, because clearly whatever's inside of it is technically living, and that's
Yeah.
where the little thing went.
You are currently in the anti-magic zone, but if you
So
move just a little bit, you'll be...
Yeah, I'm gonna move right up here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And
I was just going to say, technically, if she had cast it from where they were standing, wouldn't it have just been, okay, for the amount that's in the zone would do nothing, and then it would, like...
I don't think you can cast while within the zone.
Okay,
and
just not cast at all?
effects.
Okay.
Yeah, and if like you Cone of Cold into this zone, it'll just stop where it hits the anti-magic field.
Yeah. So I need whatever is in whatever I can never make the cones right. So someone
Yeah,
else will
I just measured it. So you're like, oops, yeah, there it is. So, wow.
Perfect. Now, it's a series of small cones.
I never know how to do it properly. I always screw it up.
Okay, you click and drag. You said, how big is it?
It's a 60 foot, so here you go.
Yes.
Can you see that? Is that showing up correctly?
I'm not.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know why.
Well, there's technically, mine is 0.1 feet more than it should be.
But are you trying? I
How
assume
dare
you're
you.
trying not to hit the people inside the cages or the.
I'm
allies?
trying not to, hoping that I can destroy whatever's in here
Sure.
first. I'll kill them off as a last ditch
Yeah,
effort. But
I guess they're people.
they're technically people. And I don't like people, but they're still living. And they're not trying to currently kill us, so
Yep.
I need everything that is in that cone to make a Constitution saving throw, though.
Okay. And you go ahead and figure out the damage. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's a lot.
Go ahead.
8d8. So maybe
And what's the saving throw DC?
16.
16. So one of them saves and the other one fails.
Okay.
One of them's definitely dead. Oops, I need to pause.
10, 21, 24, 7, 30, 34. So 34 for whoever takes full and 17 for whoever takes half.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. They're both the eye stalk inside this fluid that it's now floating in, trying to get to the heart. As it sort of swims down, the fluid freezes, and the eye stalk. The fluid doesn't freeze entirely, but the eye stalk freezes in the fluid and sort of sinks to the bottom. The heart slows, but then beats again. It is still alive.
Okay.
Surprised the ice stock doesn't float to the top like a ice cube.
An aberration slushy.
far realm bullshit.
Right. Gross. And
A
yeah,
dungeon
that's it.
squishy.
All right. End of your turn. Then we're gonna another one of these. A two again. All right. Yeah, Rin, you're still the only one it can really hit from where it's at. So another strength save, I guess.
Okay.
And then Corbin.
Is it technically casting a spell, or is it okay? Is it technically casting a spell, or is it this like a? Would you consider it a like
An ability,
an
I
ability?
guess.
Ability. It is affected by the anti-magic field, but you're out of it currently.
I'm asking more for because I have Mage Slayer.
Oh, it's not a spell
It's
technically.
not a spell
No.
technically. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, not a spell, but it is magic.
Yeah.
Been real
And
bad.
Corbin, I assume Rin's gonna save a strength save.
22.
Yeah. So, what do you got?
This room
So-
holder is not doing well.
I want to cast Banishment on the entity standing in front of me.
Okay.
I want to at least target the eye stalk on it. I don't know
Yep.
if that would count for the collective them, or if it's just the eye stalk that's going to pop and disappear, assuming
That's a
it
good
fails
question.
a DC 18 charisma check.
DC 18 charisma.
Mhm.
All right. Let me. Oops, that is not the right tool. Charisma. They don't. I assume their charisma is like super high because they're definitely charismatic creatures. 14.
Oh man, they don't skip leg day. Like amazing.
Is a
Million
14
followers on
failure?
Instagram.
I assume not.
14 will fail,
14 will fail.
and it gets, if it's native to this plane, it gets popped out to a harmless demi-plane.
Mm-hmm.
If it's native to a different plane, it buggers off
Yeah.
to that one.
Yeah, it's going to
I
bugger
maintain
off to
concentration.
somewhere beyond the realm of sanity. The Gith excavator in front of you just slumps over unconscious.
All right, that's what I'm hoping for, sort of. As long as I can maintain concentration for a minute, this thing just stays gone.
Cool. That's good.
Very nice.
And that's my action. As a bonus action, can I check to see if this Gith in front of me has like keys or something for the cage?
Yeah, as a bonus action, that's fine. You look around, and the cage itself, there appears to be a mechanism for opening it that this Gith was guarding. You can run over to it, and as a layer action, because you do have those, or as an action, you can try to open the mechanism.
You want to use it?
If I can use it on the same round, because I already used one action, I want to use a lair action to try and free this guy.
Yeah, so the layer actions are usually at round or initiative 20. So we've got a couple of enemy turns, and then I'll give it to you.
All right.
The heart is going to use. Is it an action to do that? It is an action to do that. That's fine. The heart is going to use its action to fuse with the eye tendril. The eye tendril, it absorbs the eye tendril, and you can see as those who can see inside the tank watch as the heart sort of shifts over and fuses with it, and the eye tendril, frozen and sort of dead, suddenly just sort of wakes up as they fuse into one thing, one amalgamation. The bile teeth are going to move forward. They've got not a ton, but 5, 10, 20 here, and then 5, 10, 15, 20 here. Once they see Corbin over there,
Andy,
all
I need you
alone
to not
and
be
tasty. Then we get to the top, initiative 20. So the layer action, Corbin, you want to try and open that cage?
Yep.
So you open that cage, and inside is a halfling cleric who, as soon as the cage opens, you can see as he like slumps forward a little bit, like a weight has been lifted off of his chest, and he tries to quickly finish the incantation, and he holds his hand over it as the magic starts to flare, and says, "Quick! If you bring them over, I can hold the magic for a few moments. I can heal them." And then he points behind you, and goes, "What the hell is that?" And then layer action for the enemy here. We've got some cool stuff. 50-foot, neat, gross. So this whole area over here, just to the left of where you guys are fighting currently with the Anarch, that area becomes difficult terrain as just a slime just sort of funnels out of the ground and coats the walls and floor in this area. It starts to move towards you, and as it hits that anti-magic zone, it sort of cuts it off.
Okay.
But if you try to run into the north at the top left, you'll have difficult terrain. Icelock 1 is unconscious, but we'll take a legendary action. Oop, that's the wrong die. 5. What is 5? Ooh, that 5 is not good. Wait, what the hell? Sorry, I just noticed on D&D Beyond the numbers go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I was actually using the wrong attack. Whatever. 5. DC. Okay, so which one is number 5? That's the one. Oh, wait, number 5 is the one you banished. So actually, you might be fine. I think that's number 5 is the one you banished. All right, so you're good. Rin, you're up.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, we clearly can't agree on keeping this thing closed. So...
Go for his kneecaps.
Oh, I don't want to hurt him, but I'm gonna hurt him. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do a... Yeah. I'm gonna attack the Anarch, non-lethal damage. Just try and, like... I can't be fighting with you, man. I don't have the time. I don't have time.
You've got spooky shit going on. Please stop.
Shit. Please stop. You're making it difficult. 29 to hit.
29 to hit. That is a very large number.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it can't stop that. Tries to stop it, can't stop it.
Yeah, okay. That is almost max. So 11, 19, 22 points of damage.
All right.
Second attack.
Also on the Anarch?
Also on the Anarch.
All right.
Is a 27.
That'll do it.
4, not as great. 5, 13, 16 points of damage.
Oof. All right. He's not having a good time, but he's still standing.
Bro, I need you to stop.
You can see as your strikes hit him, you remember on the first hit suddenly that like, oh yeah, this guy is a badass. Your strikes hit, but he leans into the attacks in such a way that like he's able to almost deflect it, but not quite, and sort of reduce the damage that you thought you had like a cleaving hit, and he reduces the damage. And you can see as your weapon penetrates, there is a psychic aura that like you hit, and it slows the attacks just before you make contact finally with him.
Yeah, that tracks.
He is going to though use his legendary action to bamf.
Oh yeah, he's probably gone. Okay.
I'm sorry. That was not. Was that the end of your turn? I'm so sorry.
It was. I have Mage Slayer, but if he's like Misty stepping out, then it's not. I get like a reaction, but if he's like there and then gone, it's not gonna.
Yeah, it's a teleport. So he uses his legendary action to teleport over to this table over here, and you can see this table has a large metal chest on it, and he teleports over to it, and then it'll be his turn in just a second.
Okay.
So the main eye, I'm gonna just quickly 3d10. 5 again. That one's not here. That one's gone. Got 10 and 8, which is okay. Where this one is going to be over here. Over here. Reveal. Which means it can see you, but it can't see anybody. A beam shoots out from this one, heading towards you, Ren, but as soon as it hits the anti-magic field, it fizzles.
Okay.
And then the other one is 8. And 8 is 10, 9, 8. It's over here. Come on. It moves the tokens so slow. Yeah, same thing. It's going to try and another beam is going to shoot towards you, but it's going to cut off in the anti-magic field. You're just a little bit too close to the edge of that. And that's the end of that action. Zerth'Arihn peels back the top of this chest and throws it on its side. As it spills out, you watch as this amalgamation of gore and organs spills out onto the floor and then rises into the air.
That's probably not good. That's gross.
And the Zerth'Arihn in Gith shouts out, "It will be whole!" And then Marit. Wow. Ian, your turn.
All right. Okay. So that's dead, but the heart's still there. He's done some shenanigans. All right. What do I want to do?
Can you make it to?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at all the things.
And the little ice box, I just put them next to the Gith. They're attached.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Gross.
Yeah, I can make it to him. I mean, part of the reason why movement is so slow is because it's having to update the lighting in real time as the token moves.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking hit him, because at this point you're kind of gone straight crazy, my dude. So roll with advantage. We got a kabillion of those. So
Yep.
first attack. Fuck. 29 hits. Do the usual. So 13 is the weapon.
13 to hit.
No. 29 was the
Oh,
to
okay.
hit. I assumed that hit since the
Yes,
28 did. And then I do the usual. I activate the psychic blades. So the 13 was the weapon damage and my modifier, and then 32 damage for the rest.
Okay.
And then my offhand attack. I see. That's why. Okay, I figured out D&D Beyond. Because I kept selecting advantage and then going roll, and it would just not. And then I realized, oh, there's a different roll button that I should hit. Okay, so this one, 27.
That hits. Yeah, definitely.
That hits. Okay, and then that is 5 damage from the weapon, and then it has 2d6 because it's a fire.
Yep. Lots of numbers.
5 more. Great.
5 more.
So 10 total from the second attack.
All right. He is officially bloodied, but still doing fine.
Sorry, and then the one thing, because I could do the thing, I'm gonna make whatever the hell's next to him.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna take 1d6 necrotic damage.
All right.
Which is a total of 2.
All right.
Yay.
They eat it. They're not
Take
immune
that,
to that.
whales from the grave.
All right. At the end of your turn, the Anarch's going to use another legendary action to get the hell out of there. He teleports. Sorry, where's the ruler? There we go. As far as he can get. Teleport. Oh, damn it. Teleports down here with his legendary action. Corbin, as the Anarch teleports in front of you, just about 15, 20 feet away from you, you, with your high passive perception, watch as he sort of like appears and a lightning bolt strikes behind him. As it casts a shadow in front of him between the two of you, you can see this dark red outline around his shadow.
That's not good.
And he reaches for the mechanism in front of him and begins fiddling with things on it.
All right.
Zevin and Corbin. And just to
Oh, yeah,
check
I'm not
in,
fucking-
it is our assigned time, but if we can go for another like 15, 20 minutes, I think we'll be done.
I'm good.
I'm cool with it.
Okay, cool. Just want to check in with everybody.
Yeah, I'm not fucking around with this thing anymore. I don't like whatever this is over here, and this is closest to me, and I can currently use magic. So I'm going to cast Witch Bolt at this,
Yes.
because I want absolutely no part of this anymore.
Okay. Gonna witch bolt the heart.
And okay, I'll take a 29 to hit.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll do it.
that will be 60-12.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, I'm not fucking around.
Which bowl is nasty when it lands.
10, 18, 30, 37, 40, 41. points of damage.
Yeah, that'll just barely do it, actually. So the heart beats one more time, and you can feel as it beats, and you can Rin, you remember that sort of losing focus feeling. Zevin, you get sort of that losing focus feeling as the eye turns towards you and it beats a little bit harder and a little bit faster, trying to draw you in, and then you just nope. And
Not anymore.
it dies, and it is the eye heart combination is now floating in the tank.
Woo! Nice.
All right, Corbin. Or
All
Zevin,
right.
if you want to move anywhere, feel free. Or bonus action.
I'm good. I'm
Corbin.
good right here for right now until I figure out my next move.
Hopefully I'm not abandoning the guy to save to a grisly fate, but I will run up here now that Zareth is within poking range, and I will use my Amulet of Divine Warding to use the Break Enchantment ability for Dispel Evil and Good.
All right.
So as an action, I'll try and touch him to break a Charm, Frighten, or Possession effect.
Oh.
All right. Go ahead. I think there's a Wisdom check on that, right? For that item. It's like a DC 15 Wisdom save or Wisdom check. Did I not put that on there?
It's on there. I think I was looking at the spell itself. Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
the
need
spell
to.
doesn't have a save. There's just a
Yep.
check to make sure you can use it.
Okay. Well, I got a
Which you should
16 on the die, so
Yeah,
that's-
you're good. So, Corbin, you run up and grab the amulet and channel this divine energy into Zerth'Arihn. As Zerth'Arihn walks up to this other mechanism and starts pulling at these levers, you can see as he turns to you and almost hisses as you approach. And as you slam the amulet into his chest, you watch as the shadow extends out behind him and forms this large floating orb of dark energy surrounded in outlines of red and just neon red, angry, shadowy energy appears behind him as it is thrust out of his body.
right.
Nice.
And does he seem to react at all aside from?
The eye that's on his back twitches and angrily, and he sort of sways for a second and almost falls over. But the eye, you watch as the eye sort of reasserts some control, and he doesn't have the same virility that he had to go by his actions, but he almost zombie continues pulling on these levers and buttons.
All right. And as a bonus action, I'm gonna fire up my spiritual weapon,
Right on.
Yeah.
and I will, without killing him, try to whack the snake off his back.
All right. Whack a snake.
All right. So that'll be a 25 to hit.
That'll definitely do it.
That will be 11 force damage.
11 force damage on the eye stalk.
Yeah.
All right. Which one is this? This is eye stalk number 9. And how much damage? I'm sorry. 11?
11. Yep.
11. All right. It is still up, but you definitely bruise the skin, and it is angry. And the Anarch seems unfazed. He doesn't seem to even be paying attention really anymore. It is definitely, he's gone from an active participant to sort of a zombified force now. The spirit, whatever it is that you've pushed out of his body, just from Corbin, from your viewpoint, is this large, almost very round floating mass with several tendrils that surround it. If counting it, it looks like it has 10 separate tendrils. And then we've got the heart, which is dead. Forgot to mark it. And then we've got the bile. The bile is coming for you, Corbin. The bile would like to bite you. is what the bio would like to do, and it does have an ally there. So where's the? I assume. Oh gosh, yeah, 26 hits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Make a dex save for me.
Let's see. That'll be a 16.
16 just makes it. It tries to drag you to the ground, and this time it's the teeth, and they try to drag you to the ground like they did with Marin. That's not right. Mahir again, like they did with Mahir, or like they tried with Mahir. But this time, instead of just the teeth, you've got this like gelatinous mass. As it gets closer now and splashes you, it smells like bile and just gross stenchiness. So I need you to also make a con save.
All right.
You take 13 points of piercing damage.
13 piercing, and that is a nat 20 for the con.
You're good. The smell is horrific, but you managed to keep your lunch down. All right, back to the top then. Any layer actions?
Yeah.
Oh, the halfling that you had released, he is still holding on to the spell that he was casting. He's just waiting for a good opportunity to use it. But if you want him to use it, he can. It is a healing spell. It has a limited range.
All right.
Otherwise, you can layer action. You guys have tons of those. Feel free to open another cage. You've got Loxodon Bard, Minotaur Barbarian, Halfling Cleric, Gezeri Wizard, Leonin Barbarian, Gif Bard, Hippo Bard.
Okay. Do we need to be next to the cage in order to open it with the layer action?
No. I'll say with the layer action specifically, I'll say, yeah, you can environmentally open things.
Okay. What does it cost for the lever to close the eye now that I'm by myself?
Since you're over here, if you wanted to use a layer action to do that, I'd say that would be fine. If you wanted to just use an attack or action on your turn, that would probably be fine too.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Okay, so I'm going to use a layer action to open a cage then.
All right.
Let's go with the Minotaur.
Okay.
And then...
All right.
So we have 4 layer actions left.
Mahir, if you will make a strength check for me. And then the Minotaur is... I'm going to just roll a d10 to figure out where he's at. Okay, so we'll say he's right next to where the Anarch is. The Minotaur, when you free the Minotaur, you get an angry Minotaur.
Nice.
The cage starts to open, and he wrenches it up off of him and charges directly towards the Anarch. Seeing Corbin that he's not a complete monster. He turns and leaps off of the table beside there and charges into the spirit thing floating in the air. And he's going to use Goring Rush. And in addition to that, he has an item or an ability that gives him some additional cold damage. So Corbin, if you want to roll 2d6 for me.
All right.
Just because you're right there next to him.
Max damage for 12.
12, all right. So 18 points of damage to the floating soul of the monster. All right. And with that, the Minotaur, nearly collapsing, gets out of the way.
Cool. I'll burn my attacks. I'll burn my first attack if that's okay to slam the lever down on the eye and try and do as much damage to kind of like jam it shut.
Yeah, you want to just try and break it?
Yeah, I'll just try and break it so it just slams shut.
Okay.
Not great. 13.
13. 13's not going to break it. You definitely close it,
Yeah.
but it's not going to break off.
I gotta keep damage.
You have advantage on strength checks because you're raging.
Yeah, I
Did
rolled
you-
with advantage.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You can try again.
Does the damage I do to this count to keep? Fuck it. I got tons of rage. It's fine. Oh, much better. 20, Miss Jackson.
All right. Then yeah, you can with a 20. Is that before your modifiers or with
After after I rolled a 10.
Yeah, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, you wrench the handle, and it doesn't quite break off entirely, but you've bent it in a way that would make it very difficult to reopen. Cool. Is that the end of your
turn? Yes, that's the end of my turn.
All right. End of your turn, then. There is a weird sound as you like wrench that handle, and it squeaks. You can hear as it closes above you. There's this like squishing noise, and you look up to see this green and this black green ooze just kind of slowly rolling out from between the closing shutters as it tries. Come on, buttons. There we go. As the ooze tries to come after you.
Okay.
I need you to. Sorry, it's an attack. I just have to attack you. 3. Oh.
You disadvantage, please.
Disadvantage? All
yes.
Right.
Cloak of displacement.
That's a 2. So it's probably not going to do it. It only gets 1 attack, so that's it. So giant ooze monster comes leaking out of the eye hole. And that's it. Then it is the Zerth. He's going to keep messing with the mechanism, and he's going to start running this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think it's just 30. Does he? No, he has 40 foot. Okay, he can fly. So he moves towards the center of this, and he looks over at you, and he goes, "Ah, yes, perfect. The eye is closed," and he starts frantically smashing on some component.
Oh.
That's his turn. The other components, the other pieces start moving in this direction. And Mahir, you can definitely, and I'm just moving them, doing like a group movement real quick just to hasten things a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're watching, Mahir, a few of these move past you, and you can definitely get an attack of opportunity as they do so. But they seem to be coalescing towards the center of the room. Or towards the top of the room where Rin is. They're using multiple movements to try and get within that space, and you can see Rin as these masses form up behind you as they start to fuse into more and more larger pieces of matter, all as one form.
Cool.
All three of you. You guys are all 3 in like the same spot in initiative at this point. So. Yes, Mahir, Zevin, Corbin.
Okay.
They're just doing move things along quickly.
Oh yeah, no worries. God, why did they have to move? It was all set too. How, with our past experiences, how well do I think Rin would do with intelligence-based attacks?
Oh, garbage. But
Okay,
they've got a bucket full of hit points, so.
Do the thing. Hulk smash brains.
Okay.
I'll move my circle for now until you're done. I was just trying to see if thing's gonna work how I want it to work. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean.
So do I?
It's getting nasty. So just.
Do I want to hit the parts down below or hit all the parts above?
You.
In the interest of time, because I know we are getting a bit over here. I know we started a little bit late, so. But if you want to just narratively describe what the 3 of you are doing, even if you're doing it together, I've got essentially one more thing that's going to happen environmentally here, and then it's just a matter of what you want to do about it. So I need one more turn to do a narrative thing, and then we can take it from there.
Ian,
Okay,
aim for above. Aim for me.
Push it up.
I will back up and I will do one more, and I guess I will say I'm sorry, Rin, and I'm gonna cast Synaptic Static again. Position so it's gonna hit the coalescing parts, and what's his name in the center is the lowest point. So it's gonna hit the slime, the parts, and the dude. So they need and Rin.
And Rin, yeah.
So
intelligence saves all around.
Yeah, intelligence saves.
What's the number?
Barman. 17.
18.
You're gonna only take half.
Take half. That's fine.
All right. I've got the soul got a nat 20, the organs got a 19, but the blood and the eyes got 1s. So it works out.
Okay. And let's roll.
And it's psychic damage?
It is psychic damage.
I'm resistant to psychic damage.
Hey, there you go.
So 32 psychic damage.
Have to 16, have to 8. Take it.
That worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much psychic damage? I'm sorry. I heard
32.
You. 32. Nice. So, the ice dogs. Oh, that'll just great kill those.
And that is the last of my 5th level spells.
That's okay. That was great.
Because I like the fact that there is a psychic fireball.
Yeah. I love Synaptic Static.
Well, speaking of psychic fireball,
do it.
I was just gonna cast fucking fireball, and I can do it without hitting Rin or Mahir.
There you go.
Yes.
So I moved just enough to just throw out a 7th level fireball for 12d6.
12d6, roll it up.
So let's do it.
So they need to make dex saves?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dex save. I forgot.
1, 2, 3.
I wish fireball was just free damage, but
Yes, that'd be great.
What's the DC on that?
16.
16. So I think. Oh no, that has a -2. So okay, so the blood fails, but the organs and the soul pass.
What? You're saying the blood's not really dexterous?
12, 18, 24, 28, 32, 37, 40,
and
43,
Corbin,
46, 49, 51 damage for the whole.
Jeez. All right, so that's 85.
I've waited to cast fireball for a while.
Hits the deck. Sees like the ball of like molten lava in your hand.
You just hear Zevin just go, stop, drop, and roll.
Pop down.
Shoot it off.
I'm sorry. I'm
Just
What was the damage?
51 was full.
Full. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so that should actually be 60. 5, 6,
so a big ball of pink energy dealing psychic damage, immediately followed by a big red ball of fire.
And I need just Corbin, Mahir, and Zevin. I need the 3 of you to make wisdom saving throws. Sorry.
Oh, I couldn't have been intelligence. I'm much better at those.
And Corbin, let me see.
24.
8 and
Nice.
7.
You said wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
That was?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a 12.
So 29.
29. All right. 12 on a 12, Mahir, you take 2d6 psychic damage. So you take 4 points of psychic damage, and you are incapacitated.
Good.
Until the end of the ooze's next turn. As you gaze at this mass of blood and ooze, the form is so alien. The things you can see moving within it are so frightening and alien and just against sanity and reason that your brain short circuits for a moment.
Weird, but I can still move.
Corbin, make a dex save for me real quick.
That will be a 10.
10. All right, Corbin, roll a d20 for me with advantage.
16.
16. All right. I said DC was 15. So Corbin, a beam of energy comes shooting out of the eye stalk that is on the ground next to you, and even as close as it is, and this, you take a moment to like lift your shield and panic. But before the ray hits you, a swarm of rats form up into a large wall in front of you and just take the brunt of this impact. You watch a dozen rats turn to stone and fall to the ground and shatter.
Damn. Andy, I need you to add a level of Swarm Keeper to this character, please.
And 8, that was 8. 7 is the sleep. So who? Oh, 7. Oh, 7 is conscious. Okay, so 7 is going towards Rin.
Right.
Rin, I need
Actually, I
you to
still
make
need to do my thing.
a wisdom save. Oh, sorry. This is a legendary action, so I was just doing all
gotcha.
3 at once real quick.
Wiz save.
Yeah.
19.
And you banished the other one. So you're good. You feel a little sleepy for a second, and then you shake it off. And the other one you banished to the Shadow Realm. So, Corbin, go for it.
All right. So at the risk of a attack of opportunity, going to run over here to get better visibility on the entire room.
All right, you're definitely gonna get smacked by an eyeball. Flesh tendril, 17 to hit.
That'll miss.
That'll miss. All right. Yep,
All right.
that's it. Then.
And I will cast. Where is it? Firestorm.
It's a good call.
So up to 10-foot cubes of a whole hell of a lot of fire.
That's a lot
All right.
of fire.
So we're gonna get one right in there with the slime.
Mm-hmm.
One for the soul and the organs each.
Fair.
Each of the thralls. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, you know you want to put one right on top
5.
of this copper nonsense happening.
6 of them. 8, 9. And is Zerth'Arihn, does he seem to be friendly right now, or is he still against us?
He's not aggressively against you at this moment. He's not like using his full force of his attacks or anything like that. He's actively focusing on the device in the center of the room, trying to activate it.
Probably can't tell if he's trying to do that to help us or
wait,
help
you know
the
what?
thing.
I'm so sorry. You ripped the eye off, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Never mind. I'm so sorry. He'd be chilling over here then. He's not in the fight. He's sort of in a daze at this point.
Okay.
I forgot you pulled the eye off. I'm so sorry. You pulled the eye off, so he's no longer possessed or controlled, and therefore is just inert.
All right. In that case, the last ball of fire will go over here by the heart to try and melt these stalks.
All right.
Show
Show me the damage.
Right. There we are. 41 damage. It'll be an 18 dex save for
All right.
the everything.
You melt most of the things, even if they save. We will melt these guys. So the tank with the heart in it boils off, and you can see it's just the various tentacles and things just sort of and just die inside the tank. The organ, how much damage was it? I'm sorry.
41.
41. The organs are still not quite dead, and the soul as well is not dead yet, but they are both looking pretty crispy and unfortunate. The blood, that will not almost. It is boiling and nearly dead, but not quite dead. As the Rat King takes on the eye stalks that try to affront you from the rear.
Amazing. That's awesome.
A giant amalgamation of rat terrors drawn by sweets are now defending your rear as you retreat. All right, so the remaining eye stalks are all dead, so or quote unquote dead. The organs, blood, and body attempt to form and merge together again. They are relatively successful, but given the time and the fact that I think Zevin is going to fireball again.
Hot on the
Still
hunch.
slots left, so you know what?
the pieces that are able to hold themselves together merge and attempt to pull the lever. So we'll give them a check on that. No, that's, well, maybe. Sorry, check.
If I narratively get a chance to do anything, I have a real nasty thing that'll happen.
Yeah, 15 to pull the lever. So you broke it. And what did you roll when you broke it? You bent it. I've tried to. It was a 15, but I can't remember.
It was in the teens. I don't remember though.
You did 13 originally, then you rolled something else, and it was 21.
21.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 21 to bend it to the point where it could probably not be opened.
Okay, so they try to open it and fail, and instead merge together into an amalgamation, and they simply they grab all of the pieces they can, and essentially, Rin, what's floating over you at this point is the body and all of the form of a beholder, missing several eye stalks and its central eye and flesh. And as you have that super fun realization, the last enemy joins the initiative as this machine with the final fireball over here that blows up this machine opens up a tank next to it to reveal the last pieces of the beholder as they were in these other tanks.
Ew.
There is the body, and you can see now the skin and muscles and tissues, and the two lobes of the brain as they pop out of another tank nearby. The two lobes of the brain float separately, tendrils of nerves reaching out, trying to grab and figure out what's around them, as the shadow of the beholder returns from the room that you came from before. As it enters, the light in the room dims to half distance, but that uses all of its movement. And yeah, the only thing left at the moment is the crown with the gem that the Anarch is wearing, and it seems that the last couple of pieces of the beholder are moving in that direction now. But that uses all of their actions, freeing the last body part. This is a desperate plea for a final attempt to bring itself back together.
Okay.
And yeah, go for it. Go ham.
Okay. Standing underneath like the amalgamation
Mm-hmm.
and kind of taking it as it is like combining, Rin waits until it is just enough to be a single entity.
Mm-hmm.
And evokes the rune on their bloodshed greatsword.
Rad.
So I'm gonna take my attacks.
Do it.
Rage again, because I'm sure I have to at this point. Take my attacks.
Planning that fireball, I see.
A 16?
16 will hit.
16 will hit?
Probably.
Actually, you know what? If it doesn't, let me know.
It barely hits.
Okay. Pushing into the rune on the hilt of the sword, it illuminates the blade in this like dark red light, and I get to spend any of my unspent hit dice to add to the total rolled to the weapon's damage. That
Cool.
means there
Big
are
number.
12d12.
You have fun rolling all of those dice.
Yeah,
We'll come
you
back to you
keep
in just a
going.
second.
Come back to me.
Next up, we got Mahir and Zevin
Oh,
and
right.
Corbin. Mahir, you were incapacitated for that round. We'll just say that's why you didn't opportunity attack all of the things. The horror of the Eldritch ooze was too much for your brain for a second there.
Gross.
Yup.
And now there's a rat king just south of you a little bit. It's just a pile of a bunch of rats all working together as some sort of fleshy mech fighting off an eye stalk.
That doesn't sound like a rat king. That sounds like a rat commune working together for glorious purpose. I am going to, kind of similar when they're sending LJ, I'm just going to start blasting
And I just start blasting.
distant whispers.
Great.
Like it was my job. I'll roll just one, but just to inform, I could cast it if I just start unloading. That is 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times is the remaining spell slots. So 3 of them are 4th level, 3rd level, 2nd level. So I'll just roll the highest, but I guess cinematically
That's what you're doing.
that is what I'm doing is so
So you also have a layer action that I forgot about. The cleric is the last halfling cleric is begging you to release her.
Do it.
where is this halfling cleric?
Over here, sure, why not? As a layer action though, you can just declare that she breaks free.
Oh, okay, yeah. The layer action will free the last.
I forgot. You guys at 20, I should have done so. Right before Rin went is when it should have done that. So if you as a team say yes, release the cleric jumps out. This is a grave cleric. So just so you know, Rin, go ahead and pretend that the creature has vulnerable. When you finished rolling that damage, go ahead and double it.
Oh no.
Gotta math so hard right now.
I had to pull out a calculator the
The
first
math.
time.
Is this like the
The Vorpal
Tiny
sword?
Tina's
Oh,
the Tiny Tina's bullshit that we did where we did like 500 damage?
kinda. For the first attack,
Awesome.
182.
For the first attack.
The second attack's only 16.
Okay.
I only get to do it once. I only get to do it once.
Yeah, it
So 200.
it's the same problem with
I-
Rogue is
I
first
fucking
attack.
just blow my load. Like, that's it.
Mouth.
First attack is fucking awesome.
That's
Second attack is
it's like,
I hit.
Pink.
Yeah.
All right. That'll be enough to take down most of it. Let me, because they're already taking quite a bit of damage.
First attack is great cosmic power. Second attack is
Eat it in little space. 100%. That's exactly this.
I'm like 80% sure that takes it down. I'm just double checking because when they combine, add all their hit points together. So
yeah. No, I get it. Totally.
yes, yep, that's enough. It's vulnerable to the damage too. So you take down the pieces above you, dissonant whispers being shot off at the various small pieces that are like slithering towards you all. The body and the lobes of the brain and the remaining eye stalks. We'll just move that one right there for you.
Yeah.
And so you're fireballing, Zevin, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Ren, you are just blowing every ability you have. You are, Mahir, you are dissonant whispering everything that tries to pretend to escape. Corbin, the shadow comes up behind you and starts moving towards the group as well. So there are still plenty of targets, but there are so many things exploding right now. What is Corbin doing in this moment as well?
Right. I'm going to drop that original banishment, so that one eye sock will pop back in.
All right.
And instead, I'm going to cast a second banishment to target this guy, that guy. Let's see.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, can you do multiple? If you upcast it, you can do multiples?
Yep.
That's awesome.
And one of the brains.
One of the brains. All right.
So
what's
it's
the
a
DC?
18 charisma.
18 charisma. The shadow fails by 1.
Yes.
The body fails by 2.
And it's on fire. at
And
this
it's on
point.
fire. And yeah, so on fire into the shadow realm. I forgot the brain. Let me roll for the brain. That's a 12 plus 1. No, that one fails too.
Bye-bye.
So they all fail.
Perfect.
Oh wait, the body has a plus 3. The body is still there, and then it's on fire.
Okay, you
With
got
48 points of damage if they make
48 points of fire damage. All
rid
right.
of the shadow.
halved if they make a DC 16 saving throw.
And no, it's got a -2 to that. So
Fabulous.
right.
Right.
Well,
And
it rolled a 15, but it has a -2. So yes. So the body is burning. The eye stalks are burning. The brain, the remaining lobe of the brain, is on fire. The shadow is banished to the shadow realm. And yeah,
And
that's
if
the
this
other
guy
pieces
is
are
still alive,
exploding.
if Istock 9 is still alive, gonna hit it with the spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Great. Yep. Yeah. You and the Rat King combined just absolutely pummel the daylights out of that tentacle. It only had a couple of hit points left, so yes, between the two of you, it explodes. This one pops back into existence, fresh, full HP, looks around, and starts trying to escape as fast as it can. Yeah. I think so. Narratively, you guys are winning. You've turned the tide of the battle. You've banished the pieces that need to be banished. Zevin, as the fight settles down and you run over. You're way over there. Sorry, Corbin. As you approach the Zerth'Arihn, you can see as the glowing gem in the diadem that he's wearing sort of his head leans towards the amalgamation as Rin destroys it. And finally he sort of like rubs his head for a second and like looks around at everything going on, and then he pauses and he grabs the gem off of his head and he slams it onto the ground. It erupts in this bright blue flame that crawls along the earth living before he blasts it with psionic energy, and of course the rest of you dogpile it as well. The battle wraps up very quickly after that. The gimmick revealed, the party prevails. The amalgamations attempting to bring themselves back together into some sort of giant beholder have failed. In excavating and finishing the excavation and finding the remaining materials, Zevin, you discover that the true purpose of this room, they had the research notes, the gory notes that you had found of them disembodying things and studying them. You finally understand some of them now. They had disembodied a beholder and were attempting to use its component parts to draw from it the power that beholders have, that when they dream, they can create things from nothing and wish them into existence from their dreams. And so now that sort of dream thing, the vision thing that they were talking about, it clicks in your head finally, and you understand that this machine, if it had been able to achieve its purpose, would have allowed somebody to control that power from a beholder's power source and spawn something from nothing. But as you can see now, those things that it spawned were tainted by the far realm and had caused this problem.
Yeah, no more science for you today, buddy.
The amalgamation thus vanquished, banishment holding for the full minute, the final pieces of the beholder now disembodied and lost in the reaches of the far realm. It returns to that whence it once was. The only remaining piece is the main eye, which stands behind the closed portcullis.
Hey, Rin, you want to just like rip that thing off completely so no one can ever open it? Just give it a good tug.
Zerth'Arihn looks at you both, turns towards the portcullis, waves his hand, and does this, and you just watch as the whole thing just oozes out. He crushes it like a car in a and turns towards you. Never again.
That,
Never again.
my friend, is the correct answer.
The other Gith
Woohoo!
are rescued for the most part. There are a few who were injured, but Corbin there, thankfully, is able to heal many of them. The other clerics
Yay.
that you rescued as well are able to help. And you find in the remaining cells all of the characters from Acts 1 and 2.
Hey.
Ooh.
Zerth'Arihn reveals to you that under the possession of this creature, under the influence of the creature, he had hired adventuring parties to wander to all realms of the multiverse and collect the 2 keys he needed to activate this machine. It bribed him with power to create the things that his people would need, and unfortunately he fell under its influence. And now, with that, you have saved the Ark of Zerth'Arihn from the influence of things far beyond the realm of sanity, and we've reached the fundraising goal, and then some.
Yay. And then
We
some.
sure have.
but the Act 1 group has to go back and hire Ainsley.
Yay!
Thank you,
Huzzah!
everyone. I hope you
That was
all had a good
fun.
time.
Oh
That
my
was,
god, it was a blast. That was so much
That was
fun.
awesome.
It's quite fun.
Yeah, definitely fun.
I was hoping to get a little bit more action on the merging things together and throwing them at you in horrifying combinations,
It's okay.
but
This
I
was
see
good.
you did not like that.
No.
No.
No!
I'm glad
My
you guys had a good
experiment's
time.
not my favorite.
But hey, you got new friends. Corbin now has an army of doppel
Yeah.
rats at his disposal.
Spider double rat.
Yeah, doppel spider rodents.
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I didn't cast Spirit Guardians along the way in.
Oh, and just so you know, Evan, the Constitution save I had you make earlier when the rat bit you,
Mhm.
I just want to read it to you because you'll find this
Oh, I bet that would-
terribly amusing. Doppling disease. Every creature bitten by a doppelrat at the end of its encounter or its duplicates must succeed on a con save or contract the degenerate cloning disease. During each long rest, the diseased creature grows and sloughs off a stillborn clone.
Oh no!
So somewhere there is a Gith waking up right now going as a clone of themselves appears
Oh no!
dead in the bed next
Dead
to
clone of
a
them.
dead clone.
Well, that's just wrong.
That's awful.
But it didn't happen to you. So
What the fuck?
The one ability that I get as a College of Whispers that I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is definitely not coming up during this one shot. Is the Mantle of Whispers. As a reaction, when a humanoid dies within 30 feet of me, I can capture its shadow,
Yep.
and then
Ooh.
until I finish a long rest, I can, as an action, use the shadow to disguise myself as the dead person for 1 hour. While
Awesome.
disguised, I inherit enough information to pass myself off as the person.
Oh, that's the part that makes it really cool.
Mhm.
Another creature can detect the disguise with an insight check versus your deception. But like,
And
They're
you're
just
the
like-
rogue you are at higher levels can do that. You take a soul trinket after a humanoid is killed. That is disgusting.
This isn't even my final form.
No.
These are some of my notes. Many monsters. The big
God.
shadow, the heart that was drawing you towards it. You all succeeded that save except Rin. Didn't take long though. That was fun, y'all. Thank you so
Oh my
much
God,
for
that
having
was so
me.
fun.
That was awesome.
thank you.
Thank you for
I hope you guys had a
DMing.
good time. Enjoyed my silly
Yes.
NPCs.
Always. I got to
Drove
see
you guys out
Murchie.
good laughs. And you did get to see Murchie. Murchie
got
made
to
a
see
small
Murchie.
appearance.
Very exciting. I love Murchie. Yes, thank you for DMing and working on this. I know that thank you to all of our DMs for doing some amazing work.
Yep.
I know you guys met a lot and talked a lot and prepped a lot, so it was very well
Yeah.
done.
Tried to draw everything together.
Yes. Fantastic. Thank you to those that donated. Thank you to those that shared and liked our stuff on socials. We could not do this without you. I did not get to do the sappy speech this year at our November Extra Life, so you're gonna have to suck it up because I'm gonna do it now. we would not hit our goals without all of you, the players, the DMs, the donations. We could not do this without you guys. So I really appreciate it. Even in the early hours of the morning, this is huge. You know, we had big donations last year that we didn't have this year, and yet still we beat what we made last year without those donations. So I'm so proud of everyone, and I love that you guys all support in this crazy little idea we had 5 years ago. It's been a awesome 5-year anniversary and 15 years for Extra Life, and I cannot wait to see what we do in the future. So thank you all. Now it's time for bed. And then it's New Year's.
Yes.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Sorry to give you nightmares right before bedtime, but thanks for joining
I'll
us.
also sleep like a baby. Don't
Gross.
worry.
Yeah.
I'm not free of that.
Andy definitely will. Andy's got, a swarm of rats to use as
Yeah.
blankets and pillows. He'll be fine.
Exactly. It's fine.
Let's do
So-
one tonight.
Self-duplicating rats.
I'm so glad somebody thought of the sweets and went for that. I had it in my notes with like, if somebody wants a rat companion, suddenly they'll have something to eat a petrification beam or something.
It's
Well, now he has,
perfect.
5,000 of them at least.
5,000,
So-
and they
They
keep
just
growing.
Keep growing.
Yep.
Good to know that what would have happened. I'm bleeding. Okay. What would have happened had I pickpocketed the crown and
Yeah.
Yes, you would have been the next person pulling some switches. It would have been unfortunate.
But yeah, on that note, I'm gonna let everyone go to bed. We're gonna stop our stream.
Alright.
Keep an eye out on
Woo!
YouTube. We'll put the videos up in case you missed any of them, probably in the next week or so if I don't do it this weekend. But yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for watching, and
Thank
we'll
you.
see you
Have
on
a good night.
Wednesday for more D&D.
Woo!
Bye.
Never enough.
Never enough.
Bye, y'all.